Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the over, you just can't breathe. Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel your bones start to shake?
There's not a single day that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I long for the times you held me in your arms. Whoa. I wish that you were here to give me everything I want, but I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it all. Oh, oh, I wish that you were here. Oh, oh, I wish that you were here. 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 There's not a single day that passes, not even 1 minute can end up. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I yearn for the times you held me in your arms. Oh, I wish that you were here to give me everything I want, but I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it all. Oh, oh, I wish that you were here. Oh, oh, I wish that you were here. 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 I wish that you were here.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hello, hello. We'll pause this. And we'll undeafen.
Refuse to like prepare dispel magic or detect. It's a problem. We've talked to him about it.
Oh.
Also, hello.
D&D
Hello.
problems. How's it going?
Yeah,
Has
it is going.
Buddy gone AFK? Why don't I see his feed anymore?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Why do you not see my face
Oh, there
anymore?
it is. There it is. Also, thank you, Lynette, so much for the resub. Thank you.
Ooh.
Hooray.
Hooray.
Buddy got little. Buddy got little.
Buddy did get tiny.
Am I? Hold on,
There we go.
I'm big now.
I am big now. I can be pretty big.
Alright, I'm just adjusting some volumes. You still sound very far away from your microphone, buddy.
That is because I set it out because I was rearranging my desk because I got my new drawing tablet out. I'm gonna be messing around with that while we're doing it.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait to see what you're doodling.
I doodled a bit last night, and I had the very funny instance. I was like, man, this tablet kind of sucks because it wasn't registering my sensitivity.
No.
It wasn't doing anything. Like, it had this weird delay issue, and so I was in a call with my friend, who is also a digital artist, a very good one, better than me, and I was explaining to them my issue, and then they were just like, okay, well, let me see. And so I started drawing in my program. They were just like, have you noticed it's not registering your brush sensitivity? I'm like, yeah, it's weird that it doesn't do that. And so they asked me, did you install the drivers for your tablet? And I just said,
no.
The what?
Oh, yeah. I had to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, once I got them in there, no, tablet works great. It's fine.
Yeah, it works fantastic. Yeah. I will take this as an opportunity to remind folks that you can do things like, fan art and whatnot, or posts relating to Inkstained by using hashtag Inkstained on Twitter.
Woo.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a good note. Well, I may very well do soon because I want to start brushing back up on my art.
Ooh, hells yeah. In our Discord, in the respective fan tabs for both Emerly Murders and Inkstained, you can also see references for folks. So, yeah. Alright, I do apologize. Tonight we will not have Mio. Unfortunately, something has come up on her end. So Pin will be DMPC'd by me. Thankfully, Pin is a very quiet character. Hells yeah. Alright.
Custody weekend for the DM.
So, what does it sound?
No, sorry, that was my, here, that was a USB thing that I had that was magnetic, and so it got attached to something when I was moving it.
Ooh, I see.
My bad.
Alright, so I'm going to start with our recap then. Not much happened last time, so it's a little small, but joined together towards a common goal, this newly formed group ventured together to the mines to protect the mining group they have been assigned to. Though things started uneventful, the group soon realized that the cave wall at the end of the tunnel was rather thin. After sending the mining group back out, they broke the cave wall and ventured into a long-forgotten mine. Attacked by more of the creatures that they call Griblies, they held their own and successfully killed the group, picking out a long-forgotten humanoid figure. Or long-forgotten humanoid remains. That's pretty much it. Yeah, because the combat took up the entire thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it was mostly a combat session, which is
Combat
cool.
and us figuring out how do we get into this wall? What's the best way to get them all together and do a bunch of damage all at once?
Yeah.
There was that.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, I do love myself a little bit of roughhousing.
So I think Pin had come up here and determined that there was pathways that you guys could take.
Yes.
I think so, yes.
And they also determined that they couldn't see any more little menaces.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Little menacing figures.
No more Griblies.
Okay. Oh wait, that's right. I have
That we know.
my notepad for my thumb.
around.
There we go. Now I can see the whole entirety of the thing. I was like, why can't I see him? I think so. Here we go. So I'm gonna look over. I was like, so are we gonna explore any further, or are we going to go back at this point in time? Because the people we were supposed to protect has already left.
Yeah. If I recall correctly, I'm still dragging the corpse of one of these Gribblies out of the cave.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go like all the way at the end of the cave, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, the fact of the matter still remains that the cavern is now open, and we can be fairly certain that there is more likely than not more of them. Well, of course, I would prefer not all of us to come to no harm. I believe the wiser course of action is to clear them out as best as we can.
I will say I am nearly tapped out of magical potential for the day. So if we are going to do that,
So
keep that in mind.
why don't we go back and tell them what we found? At this point in time, the wall's open, which is the main item. And I guess if anything, we'll have to come back here tomorrow and do this again. I guess.
I suppose so.
That's fair.
And Damien just kind of scratches his chin. I suppose the smartest thing to do is to, at least in this instance, return and reevaluate how we'll approach this in the future. I don't believe that any kind of just gestures at the creatures, I don't believe we're really resolved in terms of the movements of these. What were we calling them again?
Gribbles?
Gribblies.
Right, yes. We don't really have a pin on exactly how many of these Gribblies are still here. I certainly don't think that until we have properly swept these caverns, we can safely allow the miners to return.
Well, I will say this. One of them ran off, so I feel like it's going to be a little bit hard for us to find any at this point in time, because it seems to be that the ones we took care of seem to be enough to get them to retreat within wherever they may be coming from for a little bit. So I think we might be okay, at least for today.
It's entirely possible that we've at least scared them enough to where they may not try to attack for a time.
I suppose that is true. I'm just concerned for the safety of the workers, that is all.
That's fair.
Should we at least see if there's any more in the caves? Like maybe around that bend that I saw?
I believe that is a wise course of action, yes.
We don't have to fight them. We can just see if there's any there.
That is true.
So that's that. Cece's gonna be like, alright, well, I guess I'll go left. If someone wants to go right,
Sometimes running away is the bravest course of action.
Cece's gonna start walking towards this way, though. Towards the bed and be like, which way? I'm gonna start going left if no one says otherwise.
I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna follow.
Especially with my dark vision. I don't know who else has dark vision in this.
I think I said I put light. I have light on mine.
Okay, I didn't know if it was still on.
Yeah, I was gonna say Pin's eyes do illuminate to help them see better before them.
Yeah, I have the wand tucked behind my ear, and it's
He's like an art teacher that has a pencil.
Just like a wand with like a light at the end of it, just tucked behind his ear.
Just
like a
ye old
coming up.
Ye old headlamp.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like my old
Medieval
design teacher who like used to keep his pencil in his beard.
Medieval fantasy problems require medieval fantasy solutions.
It's genius.
I'm just gonna kind of keep going around this bend until I find a dead end, or potentially a Gribbly that's gonna be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, we need to book it."
Yeah, I'm gonna head that way as well. Right here, stay against the wall.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
That's
I
more
want
darkness.
to reveal.
Oh, there's more down this way.
Oh, there's way more than I
there's
expected.
there's so wow. This cavern just keeps going, guys. And just
Unless
keep.
they've just gonna.
I'm just completely
Can-
gone by this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no one went to go back and get
yeah.
Jonas.
Yeah. Can I also do just so once we see this end of thing, can I do an investigation check to see if I notice anything like more holes like what these Gribblies came out previously or anything like that?
Roll me an investigation.
I think
Oh.
Jonas is probably like doing the rights to the body, right?
15, almost a very
15.
20.
Who's doing the rights to what body?
I was gonna say I figured Jonas would have stayed behind to do the rights to that body we found.
Well, Jonas said that he was taking one of the dead Gribblies and is
Right.
taking it outside the cave. Well, second. Okay, you said investigation, was it?
Yeah, it was a 15.
Oof. Okay,
I don't like the random GM roll. That scares me.
Yeah.
what's wrong? Trying to make sure that. Why isn't there still
Followed by an oof noise. You love to see it.
There we
GM.
go. Alright, so I will say with that investigation check, like, one of the things that probably strikes you the oddest here, I know that you're looking for creatures and whatnot, one of the things that probably strikes you the oddest here is that there's, like, leftover mining gear. You see extremely old pickaxes with rusted metal heads and splintering wooden shafts. You see the occasional, like, you know, what could have been a lunchbox once upon a time. And that miner that you... that miner that you, Oh, that keyboard.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry. That miner
lad.
that you found the trinket from earlier, like, was in somewhat protective, like, mining gear. So it's rather peculiar. This seems like a long abandoned mine, but it was behind Earth. It was behind terrain that had to be moved from Ainsborough. However, and I've got to do one more roll. I have many, many things on the go. Wow! Jesus!
That's not good.
That doesn't sound great.
I'm just gonna double check these guys.
I'm now concerned for my safety.
At the end of this cavern here, seemingly unaware, or at least attempting to hide, you see these two large, almost worm-like entities. Let me just pull up an image here,
Oh.
just so I can remember what they look like. These large worm-like entities, they're medium category creatures. Their forms come to a beaked face, almost like, with no eyes, but protruding from all four sides of that beak are large tentacle-like appendages with hooked claws at the end of them, seemingly there to pull prey closer to be feasted upon.
Oh.
Oh no.
Upon seeing you, why is this? Oh my god, tech. Please. Upon seeing you, you hear this, like, shrill, bestial cry from one of them as its tentacles lash backwards, attempting to possibly intimidate you.
It succeeded. Bye.
Bye! Are we rolling for initiative? I think we are. Don't forget
it.
to click
Okay.
on your token. Oh, wait, let me get the thing up first.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no. Why do I have? Oh, Bardic Inspiration.
Good luck!
Okay.
That's not
Okay.
great.
Oh right. Click on my.
Got a 20.
All right. I'm gonna put myself back where I was when this happened. So.
Okay.
I'm totally
Click on
not terrified
token,
whatsoever.
roll initiative. Click on the token.
While you guys are rolling initiative, Jonas, as you schlep this medium dog-sized creature back out to the cave entrance, you see standing there your small kobold acquaintance with his, clawed hands on his scaly hips, just like, what's going on?
Well, we certainly found them. We broke through a wall at the end of the tunnel and found what we presume is some abandoned mine. That's clearly overrun by these things.
Abandoned mine?
Yes,
No.
abandoned mine.
It's supposed to be rock all the way through. It's mountain. Mountain's strong.
Well, we found a miner. He's been dead for a while. Anyway, I brought one of the creatures back in case it would help other hires to see what they're working with.
He looks down to the creature that you've pulled forward, and you see him just kind of like immediately get excitedly curious as he just kind of like crouches forward a little bit and just kind of looks around the creature that you've brought. Oh, look at these. You pull back some of this, and he like starts pulling back some of the carapace. And he just, that looks succulent. Taste. Are there more?
We killed 3. One of them got away. We presume there's more still alive in there.
Bring back more. Bring back more.
All right. We'll have to come back tomorrow and clear out any others potentially. But yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
And he's just going to drop one. He's going to drop the one he brought and just sort of start leisurely walking back into the cave.
Roll me a
Completely unaware
perception.
of
if you can.
whatever the heck is going on down there.
Yeah, roll me a perception if you can.
Perception. Alright, I see how it is. No.
I believe in you. 10?
Okay. Little baby.
Ash or Cece, do either of you just scream or something?
I think the only thing you hear from Ashram is, "Oh shit!"
So Ashram screams. Cece's automatically has his he's like, I have nothing left. So Rapier's just out being like, this is gonna suck.
Yeah. Just as soon as the light hits the creature and its tentacles go up, he's just like, "Oh shit!"
All right, I'll say you might hear the remnants of a scream echoing through the cave halls there, Jonas.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cece, you're up first. This guy over here is just kind of like on the ceiling of this little backed cave crevice, and this guy here is on the ground. Looked like he was trying to go towards the wall or the ceiling to possibly hide upon the stalactites.
You said it looks like he's potentially going up to the stalactites.
Yeah, this guy looks like he was trying to run away. This guy is in the stalactites.
Okay, so this guy who looks like he's going towards the stalactite, almost up and over. Cece's gonna get the wrong idea. He's like, "That's right, yeah, you better run. I'll do what I did to the Grimblings to you, I swear." And he's gonna cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes. What level am I at? Third level. So it is
a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw, and for a 13 spell save DC.
And you're casting it to one of them, right?
Yeah, I'm casting it to this guy right here.
16.
You gotta be joking! Well, that doesn't work.
Sally.
Cece does that, and then he's just like, well, that was the best I was gonna do. You guys should run.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to see if I can basically push Ashram with me because I want to make sure that I'm the one like between everyone at this point in time.
Aw.
Um, there we go. But be like, we're leaving now.
Okay.
Go. So, however far I can push, however far I can move, if I can push Ashram with me forward.
I think you can drag half your movement speed.
Yeah, half your movement speed.
All right, cool. So then I would be. All right, cool. So yes, I'm just gonna go here, and then I guess Ashram is still right in front of me, like right here,
All right.
because I dragged him along with me. I was like, go.
Fair, fair. Ash, it is your turn. What's up?
One sec.
Sympathetic.
I'm sorry, did Jonas roll a -2 for the initiative?
I haven't rolled initiative.
Okay.
Do these creatures have eyes?
They
look
do
like
not.
Okay, it sounds like they heard us.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna take out a bit of fleece, rub it between my hands, and point between the two creatures, and make it sound like something is running in that direction with minor illusion.
Oh.
And then I'm booking it. Well,
Okay.
you know what? I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna drag CC 15 feet.
All right.
Movement.
Roll me a performance.
Oh no.
Also, if you start dragging CC's like, no, just go, because I'm going to go next, or CC's
Okay.
going to run next, and I can just dash away if need be. But you
Okay.
need to dip.
All right, I will dip. Okay, you said performance?
Yes.
That's a 6. Alright.
It does not
Alright.
matter.
Well, that was one of them.
Okay. Okay. Well, anyway,
So you rub the wool between your hands and you do your best to emulate, maybe something enticing or tasty or, running in the opposite direction from you guys, skittering between them. But unfortunately, that is not louder than the sound and the commotions of your group and Stein and the undead basically lumbering up the cave, like the cave alleyway there.
I see. Alright, well, I like the idea that they, look over at it and then they immediately look back at me and I'm like, alright, well, time to go. 5, 10,
Yeah.
15, 20. I guess I can only get here because I can't go 30 because then I would be in the same space as Stein there.
You can be in the same space as
Yeah.
allies, I'm pretty sure. Also, you were in front of me because I dragged you with me. So you would start here.
I would start here.
Yeah, because you were in front of me because I
Oh.
dragged you. That's why I only took 15
okay.
feet of movement.
Oh, you just couldn't move me. Okay.
Yeah.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'm here then.
Okay. Wait, did this just not... Okay, yeah, so it'd be Pin next. Pin will see everybody just kind of running and just go, Are we just running?
Yes.
Yes, Pin. We're leaving. This is a future us problem.
They'll just kind of nod and they'll start moving, and they'll also instruct Stein to move as well. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You know what? We're just going to do full round dash. 20, 25, 30. Let's say Stein's up here with them. All right. Oh my goodness. It is now Damien's turn.
Damien is going to. He is going to instruct his. Jonas is still in there, like he hasn't booked it yet, yeah?
Jonas isn't even here yet.
I
He's
was
still...
like, CC is, yeah. CC's kind of in front of you guys right now, yeah.
Sorry, I got names confused.
It's okay. It's been like a month.
Just a little bit. Just a little, just teeny tiny. Okay. So, and it's just I'm the last one out then, yeah.
Well, I mean, Cece's still closest to the entities
Oh.
at the moment.
All right. Then I'm going to yell out and just say, run ahead. I'll make sure that they don't follow in behind us. And I'm going to instruct my Zombros 1 and 2 to stand guard in front while leaving enough room between the two of them. Like, I don't know how possible. If it's a single file corridor, we're just gonna have to flub it. But the one that is the most undamaged, I'm going to send them ahead to kind of defend, and I'm going to back out. I'm going to prepare to potentially cast a spell if one of them lunge out. But I'm giving orders to my zombies to position themselves in a guarding position to help Cece get out, and I'm readying a spell in case one of them lunges out, and if they enter my radius, I'm going to let it loose to hopefully deter them from advancing any further.
Okay. Hex, you should probably roll initiative at some point.
Didn't we establish that the worm things were really not itching for a fight?
I mean, we'll see.
We didn't say anything about that.
No, I don't remember that, but I could be wrong.
We're the ones running with our tails between our legs, which,
Yeah, but that,
it's not a bad thing.
I suppose them going up to the ceiling to, hang from stalactites could be battle formation.
For worms, yeah.
We'll get Jonas to go now. So you hear a lot of commotion, a lot of running, coming from where your friends have gone. You hear a lot of shouting of just no, you go, run, run, run.
Probably a lot of S-bombs from Asherum, just shit. Alright, got the spell slots for this! Da, 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 da.
What's Jonas gonna do?
Jonas is sort of...
Gesundheit.
He's gonna, call out, is everything alright? But he's probably not going to call it out loud enough for anyone to hear him.
Okay.
Given walls.
Damn walls.
Well, walls. Enemy of adventures all around.
So he will have, just started grabbing this Gribbly, but he is going to just hear the running, sort of drop it, and go, alright. How far is he going to get in a turn? Not as far as I'd like. That's too far. Alright. That's really all I can do.
Alright. Sounds good.
I hate seeing the ruler come out. That's not terrifying
Sorry.
at all.
How's it going, buddy?
Here we go.
So much fun. I'm having a great time.
So this one here is on the ceiling still, and it's rushing towards the group. This one here just decided to say fuck the ceiling and is on the ground, and it quickly made its way over to Cece. It's going to make an attack. I've got to displace a cat in order to do so. Sorry, buddy. Ugh. Okay. My very large, chunky boy.
Can you call out the attack rolls when they pop up, because my roll 20 is uber slow tonight.
Yeah, can do.
Thank you.
Attack that hits. Okay, cool. Does an 18 hit?
I'm going to use Unsettling Words, use a Bardic Inspiration to remove up to a d6 from that to see if it still does, so let's find out.
A d6.
That's a... Yeah, it still hits.
Okay, and because it hit with an attack, it can roll to make a beak attack against a target. 21.
Please, Silvery Barbs that one.
I can't. I don't have spell
No,
slots
I'm
left.
saying that's what I'm doing. I have one
Oh.
spell slot left. Silvery
Okay.
Barbs.
And you are able to make that in your own range to do that?
I believe it's
Like 120.
range. Let me double check. I could be wrong.
Okay.
That's what I was looking at a minute ago.
Okay.
It's 60 feet. I believe I am within
60? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So does the 17 hit for the beak?
Yeah, that still hits.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it
Okay.
quickly courses behind you as basically you've got your eyes out on Ashram and Damien trying to make sure that they're getting far away, and you feel this large hook-like, bony hook-like thing dig into your shoulder, and then immediately afterwards you feel the suction of the tentacles slash or go across your back, which is 10 damage. And not even given enough time to come to terms with the fact that it's got you in its tentacles. It comes down, and on your right shoulder you feel its hard bone beak tear into your shoulder for 6 damage.
Yeah,
So 16 total. Oh, cool. Love it. Awesome. Okay. Dope. That's super awesome. Love that for me. Great. Awesome.
You good?
Okay.
You good, friend?
Yeah, it's totally great. I'm definitely not already at half, less than half.
Okay. It is now your turn. It just so you know, it doesn't have you grappled, so
Okay, cool.
you can schmoove, you can mosey.
Wait. I realize that
Opportunity of attack.
So won't trigger now, but in the future, since I
Oh
had
wait, you prepared an
action.
action. Yeah.
Yeah, I prepared an action as soon as it got within my range.
Yeah. Do it. If you mean like
Okay,
a spell
cool.
range, like if you were preparing a spell.
Yeah. I was ready in action to cast a spell should one of them leap in.
Yeah.
Which in
Sling
this
that spell?
case, I will do that. I will hold on, is it show the thing?
Ooh.
Show the thing, no. Yeah. Well, I'm doing that with a second level spell slot.
Okay.
Oh.
We can't look at other people's spells. If
Lame. Sorry.
yeah, I was like, if Damien clicked it, we'd see it, but
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can. Hold on. How do
I could just look it up. It's
So is it 19 to hit? What's going on
Yes,
there?
it's 19 to hit.
Okay. Which
then-
does hit.
oh, thank the Lord about it. If you were gonna say that doesn't hit, I was gonna cry. Just a touch.
On a hit, the target takes 2d8 poison damage and must make a Constitution saving throw.
You said you're
But
casting it
this
at second
is-
level, so it'd be 3d.
3d8. Yeah.
Yeah, roll me that d8.
Alright. I didn't do it through the thing, so I'll have to do it through Roll20 itself, too.
Okay,
That's
19.
19 points of damage.
Hells yeah.
Nice.
It's a
Good hit
decent
with 3D.
chunk. And they have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Whew, that was a lot of damage.
Twice
Constitution, which is just a
Yeah,
straight
Damien is not
D.
screwing around.
7 does not pass. On a failed save, it is also poisoned until the end of your next turn. Hells yeah.
Yeah.
What does the poison condition do?
It gives them disadvantage on attack rolls and stuff.
There we go.
Aw, okay.
Which
yeah.
I guess technically that first attack would also have disadvantage, because technically that should have gone off before it attacked you.
Okay.
So 9 wouldn't have hit you originally.
Okay, can I recant then the bardic inspiration? Or like the unsettling words that would have used bardic inspiration die.
Yeah, which means that technically that damage also didn't happen because neither of those attacks would have hit.
which
I
means I
don't
also get my
Let's
Silvery
see.
Barbs back.
B.
I promise in the future I'll remember to do the things that I said I was gonna do.
Listen, I'm just happy that I'm no longer at less than half of my health. That's super great for me.
That was pretty
that
clutch.
one-
That was pretty clutch.
In
I'm
that
so
one
scared.
prepared spell, you got health back, Bardic Inspiration back, and my spell slot back. So we're doing good. We're back up.
All right.
The Death Shepherd coming in clutch.
So yes, Cece, it is your
Yeah.
go.
So at that, I'm just like, oh, this is gonna happen. I'm at least, if we're running, if it's coming at me first, I'm gonna at least try. I'm gonna see if I can whack this thing with my rapier.
Smack it.
Smack doodle.
Smack it with a rapier. You're just gonna take the bladed end and just hit it with the rapier.
11 unfortunately does not hit. You go to lunge at it with your rapier, and its worm-like body contorts in a way that you weren't expecting, and it avoids the attack altogether.
I look at that, I'm just like, well, that was a good enough try for me. I'm gonna
Well, I tried.
and I'm going to go 30 feet because I can't dash because I use my action, so I am between Ashroom, and I'm actually going to stop in front of Damien just to be like, hey, thanks for the save out there, buddy. Super helpful. Thank you.
He as you are like talking to him, he just puts his hand on your shoulder and just pushes you behind. Go, go, go! Thank you.
Cool.
All right. Is that everything for your turn, CC?
That is everything. Because I don't have a bonus action. I believe so.
All right.
So yes.
Ash, what are you doing, buddy?
Alright, I'm going to see if I can weaken this for the zombies, and I still have a spell slot left, so I might as well use it.
Might as well.
I'm gonna waggle my fingers and throw out 3 magic missiles.
Okay.
They're gonna auto hit, and it's a d4 plus 1 per missile.
Roll me the damage.
3.
Sorry, guys. I'm bobbing and weaving trying to see my monitor around my fat-ass cat.
Yeah.
Who I've displaced
Yeah.
3 times now, and he keeps fucking coming back.
Okay, that's
my cat doesn't say.
That's 10 damage.
Wait. Did the roll just not go through for me?
It's super delayed on my side. My roll 20 is really slow. But I rolled a 3, a 1, a 3, plus 3, so 10.
Why didn't it go through the roll 20?
My connection to the server has been interrupted.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been doing that all night.
Fantabulous.
Oh? I can send you a screenshot of it.
Hey, no, we see it. It just went through now. I see
Yay!
Hells yeah. So, and you were going after the first one that attempted to attack CC?
Yeah, the one that got sickened.
Excellent. So as you let loose that magic missile, this creature that is sickened and slowed, poisoned, it just basically falls forward as those 3 bolts of magic missile tear through its fleshy form.
Oh, yeah. Great. That's awesome. I'm gonna run.
Mm-hmm.
15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna run there.
Okay.
And as I do, I'm gonna take out my quarterstaff, because now I'm a stick boy.
Officially out of spell slots?
I am officially out of spell slots.
Okay. We have Pin, who I guess we're just going to keep following that original plan of action, which is just a boogie. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I do apologize. My cat is also sitting on my mouse pad, which has made my mouse movement very limited. 15, 20, 25.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I say you stinker.
Squeesh!
Simba,
squeesh.
Simba, please.
Yeah, he's just he's a lardy lad.
We love our lardy lad.
My cat's effectively a himbo.
We stand a Simba.
It is now Damien's turn.
Alright. Let us see here.
Well, that's neat.
30 feet. Okay, you can get there, and then... Yeah, no, there's no reason to stick around, so I am just going to move back this way slowly, like walking backwards, still keeping myself face towards the worms. He is going to, again, raise his arm to prepare another blast of energy as his 2 outstretched fingers, the bones begin to glow as they did before when he used the previous spell. And I'm just going to prepare another ray of sickness before the other one lunges.
Okay.
And I'm going to give my my Zombros the order to retreat after CC has moved back behind me.
All right. Understood. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn? Just
No, I'm just
preparing
I'm holding the
actions?
line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonas, it is your turn.
Yeah, we will go here.
You'll run
And then-
right into Stein.
Punk.
Yeah, probably. Just bonk.
Bonk.
It's like, are you not having fun?
There's these worm things with tentacles for faces. We're running. We're running.
That's understandable reaction, I suppose. I should at least check on the others. And that's going to be a dash action to end my turn.
Alrighty. It is Boogie's turn. How far can we get?
He's still mad.
He's still angry. All right, let's have Damien's held action go off first before I start attacking the Zombro here.
Go!
Just
Jet
don't hit
Beam!
CC.
This one is also at a second level as well. Go Jet Beam!
23 to hit. Yeah, that fucking hits. Jesus.
Jesus.
I am not playing any reindeer games.
Holy shit. Yeah, that fucking
Yeah.
hurts. And I've got to make a Constitution.
What was the roll?
Oof, that does
It
not.
was a 16 damage,
I-
23 to hit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does not pass its Constitution saving throw, which means it is going to be poisoned until the end of your next turn.
Damien is just cracked today.
He is.
Wow.
He does not like the idea of his associates being endangered, so he is being a little bit serious right now.
Having to roll that attack at disadvantage, I'm going to assume that a 6 does not hit your Zambro.
No, my Zombro is good.
Yona's saying, basically saying, understandable, have a nice day. Alright. So that is the only thing that my worm can do. Cece, it is your turn. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. Do I have those redeems up?
Do you?
Heckaroni pepperoni.
CC doesn't know Damien long, but he knows one thing about Damien. He really cares about them. And CC doesn't do something really stupid because he knows how much Damien cares for the Zombros.
Aww.
Oh wait, they should be allowed to act after me.
Yeah, we're gonna do something really stupid because I was like, CC's like, Damien seems pretty chill, and I know he's gonna take it really personally if these Zombros come get hurt, and he can't bring them back. And I can do this. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. I'm gonna get on the other side of this worm, so I have advantage on this, and I'm gonna try to stab him with my rapier. I can't.
Is
believe
it
I'm
not
doing
still on the ceiling?
this. Is it on this? Well, is it on the ceiling?
It is
Is it
on
just-
the ceiling, yep.
How far away is that from me?
No, what?
I'll say the ceiling just makes it like 15 feet above you.
Improvised attack. Throw the rapier.
No, but I am going to throw the... So, technically, since there's, like, the allies on the other side of it, would that still be considered advantage on this attack?
I am refunding your RR there, Hex. Sorry, what was the question?
So I should say this might retcon movement depending. With the Zombros on the other side, would that be considered an advantage on the attack for flanking? But since he's on the ceiling, I wanted you to confirm.
I need to see where you're standing. Hold up.
I changed myself to be on the other side of
Yeah,
him.
I'm
flanking.
not seeing that.
So I just can't use my rapier because he's 15 feet away instead of.
Also, as far as I'm aware, Oko, the feed on the stream is frozen.
Yeah.
It does that. It does that. Okay, so the ceiling is 15 feet above you, but he is like stretched outwards. You can probably attack him. Just roll me.
Oh,
Just
just
roll me
look
the
at
attack at
regular-
advantage. Just do it.
Okay, got it. 23.
Hits.
Ooh, good
That's
hit.
gonna be that. So that's gonna be the rapier as well as that's gonna do sneak attack damage. That's gonna be 5 plus an additional d6.
25.
That's gonna be 10 points of damage.
All
Nice.
right. He is not looking well. You charge through the Zombros and you I'll see if I can get this to refresh.
I'm like, Damien, I know you wanted to do this, but I don't want you to feel bad.
So yeah, you charge forward past the Zombros and you immediately pull out your rapier, almost skidding and turning on your heel, and start hacking and slashing at this thing that is on the ceiling, and you cut off most of its tentacles. It lets out a pained cry, and you notice its muscles starting to lax. All right.
Damien Cece's like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Every time!
Every time. Ash, it is your turn.
Ash does not see any of this. Assumes that Cece is right behind him. And bolt. What? 60 feet? Yeah. Just sprints. Just like marathon sprints.
I'm in danger.
You just see Jonas, you see him run past you. He's holding the quarterstaff, but he's holding it at the bottom of it with two hands like a baseball bat. Because he doesn't know what he's doing. And he turns around and he goes, "We got worms coming down here." And that's his turn.
All right.
Alright.
That would leave it to Pin's turn. Pin and Stein are running still. So Damien.
Alright. Seeing as how this thing is mostly dead already, he is going to just raise his hands, form it into a claw, and sweep it down, and I'm going to... That is not the button I meant to press. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What did I just do? Stop that. Okay. I accidentally hit the zoom button on my tablet, and it just zoomed in until it was only like a single pixel on my screen. I was just like,
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know all the... I don't even know what I touched. I'm learning stuff here. Anyways. Damien is just going to cast Chill Touch to hopefully kill it off. Or finish it off.
Okay.
Boop, 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 hit.
Chill Touch, that does hit.
Alright,
Just barely.
sweet.
Alright. As you send forward that bony, smoky, like clawed-like hand to inflict the chilling touch, the creature just loses the last bit of life it had left in it, and it falls from the ceiling, lifeless on the cave ground.
Had to be
Oh
done.
yeah.
That was
Okay.
an abrupt end to that music. Holy crap.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's all good. But yeah, did we good?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Combat is over.
Right. Damien, now that the danger is over, shuffles forward and he has the Zombros sheathe their swords and move out of the way. He approaches Cece and he says, "While I do appreciate your valor, I would much prefer that my associates who have beating hearts don't throw themselves into the fray, as that would be very unfortunate if anything were to happen to you. You are my ward."
Cece kind of just like sheepishly puts his hand kind of behind his neck. He's like, apologies about that. It's always been a little bit of an issue for me. You seem to really care for your for the other associates as well as you politely call them Zombros. I don't know if you actually call them that. In
No,
character.
that's
No, Damien has never said the word Zombro canonically.
I never will.
I think
Red card!
zombies is like a bad word, right?
Yeah,
Like, it's
yeah.
like-
So I was like, your undead compatriots. You seem to really care for them, and I just would feel bad if I don't like my compatriots getting upset, and it's a kind of bad habit. Apologies about that. I'm not gonna say I won't do it again because it might happen again. I'll try to not have it happen again though.
Just,
It is kind of an issue.
I
I'm
think
aware of it.
Ashram stands there for a few minutes waiting for his friends to come around the corner, and he's like, "Oh no, okay, get it together, Ashram, get it together." And he charges back down. Cece, I'm coming! He immediately charges around the corner. I'm coming. Oh.
hello.
With this also happening, so you see as he puts his rapier, he's like, also, hi Ashram, it's okay, we're all right, thumbs up. And he kind of puts his rapier away for a second, and then he kind of turns around to also investigate like this area they're in because we saw something. He's like, but we never actually got to like get a close look because there was monsters there.
Yeah. Roll me another perception. Or an investigation. Perceptions for peeping with your peepers. If you actually want to like get in there and like investigate, I'm gonna need an investigation.
Ashram was like doubled over on his staff, just wheezing.
Winded.
I thought for a second you were gonna make me happy so you could use whichever one's better, but since I'm trying to get in here with my peepers and get like a good look, I'll do an investigation roll.
I wanna help by projecting out lights to assist him.
Okay. Which means that would have been a 12 then.
Yeah.
You're still a little hyped up on adrenaline from this fight and seeing those creatures that you've probably never really seen before in your life. There's a lot going on, a lot coursing through your mind, and you're basically trying to ascertain if this area is safe, and you're not looking as carefully as you probably would have liked. You see some holes and some nooks and crannies, probably where some of those the Griblies could have probably come through at one point. But you're not really seeing any other signs of any other creatures.
Is it possible, are the Greeblies and the worms against each other, or are they working together? In some ecological way?
Roll me a nature at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Hey.
I don't imagine there's any faction disputes between the worms and the Gribbles, but then again, I'm not...
The Gribbles and the
politics.
Wormies.
Okay. 2 natural 20s incoming.
The Gribbles and the Wormies have been at war for
Disadvantage,
years.
Please enjoy a nice round 9.
Could be worse.
Ash, you are currently, like, hanging onto your staff for dear life, winded, wheezing. This is the most action you've gotten in probably about 2 decades, maybe even more, living your cushy life in Kelpsa in the tower.
I don't like how you said that.
This is not something that you'd be entirely knowledgeable about.
I think the 2 groups are fighting.
You think the worms and the stabby creatures are at odds?
No, I think the funnier thing is like, I think the worms are helping the Greeblies. Actually, I think it's a team effort here.
Damien just kind of looks puzzled. And he says, what would lead you to come to that assumption?
It's because they're in the same cave.
He just kind of raises his eyebrows in a quizzical manner, and he just says, "Okay, buddy."
Okay, bud.
Sure.
You are a professor.
Cece's definitely looking over his shoulder to see like David's shoulder to see this. She kind of peeks and he's just like, I think he might need a little bit more oxygen than what's in the cave.
I think we need to get out of the caves and get him some oxygen.
I was like, let's do that.
I just ran 120 feet in the course of like 12 seconds. I'm a little tired.
It's okay, Ash.
I mean,
with quiet steps, Ash, it's possible with like your heart beating in your ears at the moment. You didn't quite hear Pin approach behind you.
Oh.
Is the old man having a heart attack?
Not this time.
No, I'm fine.
No.
I'm fine. I just need I'm good now. I just needed to catch my breath. We're fine.
it's just the curse of scholars not having proper cardio.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
didn't get much cardio at Loxeth.
That's why I do calisthenics.
quick question, by the way, because like I'm assuming we're kind of talking as we're walking. He's like, also quick questions. Like,
Yes.
so we went
Yes.
down this way. Did anyone ever go up to this side? Also, do you want me to try to sneak this time and see if we can find anything over there?
I'd say go ahead.
Isn't that where I thought that was where Penn saw there was no monsters, but maybe
They
that's
they just looked around the corner enough to see like here. That's why this was already
Oh.
revealed. Oh no! As Jonas just is like,
Is
hey,
that-
I wonder what's over here.
Why isn't that okay? There we go. We're just doing it wrong apparently. There is nothing up there. It seems you guys are out of immediate danger for the moment, but there are still, every now and again, you hear chittering in the walls, and you hear a rock kind of fall from the ceiling, landing on the stone floor behind you, giving you all a little bit of a shock or a jolt. It seems you guys have cleared out this portion, for now at least.
Okay.
I
drag
do
one of
want
these,
to check if, like, so this is just a complete dead end?
Yeah.
Okay.
For research purposes, I do think that it would be advantageous to bring one of these creatures with us. And he raises his crook, points at his Zombros, and says, "Would you two kindly carry one of them with us as we exit the tunnels?" And they move from where they were kind of just leaning against the wall, like two cool dudes, and come over and grab one end of the worm each, and follow behind and shuffle out.
Okay. Your Zombros are able to effectively pick up, it was the worm that they were picking up? Yeah. The Zombros
the
are
worm.
able to effectively pick it up, although it is kind of like picking up like a 10-foot gummy worm.
Yeah, it does not look graceful.
Well, I'm just saying, I would fucking kill for a 10-foot gummy worm. I fucking love
Yeah.
gummies.
The problem is, it's with the image you gave previously of what these worms look like.
Oh, I should give you guys a picture!
Combined with the idea of just a gummy worm kind of hanging in the middle, doesn't give great vibes.
See-
It doesn't make me think gummy worm. It makes me think terror.
Nom, nom,
The
nom,
The
nom.
problem is, I'm just remembering the last time a gummy creature showed up in a campaign with Oko.
10-foot savory gummy worm.
I forgot about that. Sorry. It is in OOC. That is the entity you all have fought.
Well, you guys fought.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it.
Well,
I
that's
hate
fun.
it so much.
It's a
Hate
graboid.
it.
Yeah,
It's
He's a friend.
It's essentially a graboid, yeah.
Yeah.
Who here remembers Tremors?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I never actually got around to watching it.
That's okay, it's campy.
You take off the beak, saute that up. That's good eating right there.
It's good eating.
Speaking of
Alright.
good eating,
Yes, speaking of
What
good
is it?
eating, so you're bringing out a worm and a gribbly?
I'm going to bring out a Gribbly. I'm going to ask someone else who isn't busy to bring out the lost Gribbly corpse.
Okay.
Uh,
Pin
Just
gets Stein to do it, and Stein will pick it up with his one arm rather easily. His big meaty mitts.
You big boy.
Or mitt.
Just-
Mighty claws.
and Jonas just like about halfway out of the cave pipes up. Oh, and if anyone's wondering why we're bringing the Gribblies out, Geesey is hungry.
Oh, I just thought we were going to study that out.
Honestly,
Yeah.
not the worst thing I've heard. So,
What do you mean he's hungry?
I don't know. I brought one out. He picked it apart and said, "That looks tasty. Bring me the rest."
Does Ashram have an advanced palate or not? Would he be interested in that?
Would Ash does
Would you
Ash
like
have
to
an
eat bug?
have an adventurous palate? That is a good question. Living in Kelpsa, he had access to many things as it was a port city. How
Yeah.
adventurous is Ashram?
He's adventurous enough to be like,
oh man,
killed it. Let's try it, right? Like,
Bug seafood.
sure. I think Ashram having probably murdered his first creature and 20 years, probably is like, oh no, I take that back. No, he did kill that guy.
But we don't talk about that guy.
we don't talk about the guy.
Sorry,
anymore.
this is the first creature you've killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of in like a huntsman spirit of like, let's try it. Why not?
Great huntsmen always partake in their kill. Yes, I am a great huntsman.
I am a
As he's
wonderful
doubled over, holding his jugular, like, is that too high or too low?
I can't tell. Yeah, no, I think he's like, yeah, I'll have a little bit of that. We'll try it out. Why not?
Okay. So you bring the creatures back to the cave mouth there, and you see Geese, the little green-scaled kobold, waiting eagerly. He is
Salivating.
He's got his long tongue almost halfway wrapped around the top of his snout, rubbing his little clawed hands together. He's excited.
Does he spot the worm?
We'll bring that to that music. Yeah, eventually the Zombros do come out of the cave as well with the worm, and you see him just kind of like the bulging eyes go wider, which is probably something you guys did not expect them to do, and the jaw just kind of like hang for a second. Oh, yes.
For science, not food.
He's just making another river in the middle of town with the line.
He kind of is. He's drooling a lot. Who said for science, not for food?
Damien.
Maybe a little.
There's much there. Geese can have bites. Little, maybe big bite.
Damien points his crook at the small kobold and says, "For science, not food."
But what is cooking if not science?
You can have it after I'm done. How's that sound?
Deal. And he will quickly juts out a hand to shake.
Damien grabs it and gives a lip, a small little shake.
Alrighty.
Whoop.
Yeah, I imagine Buddy's just like leaned forward, drawing on the tablet. Trust me, I've also done tablet things while in the middle of a D&D collab. I understand the feel.
I have to have something to do with my hands when I roleplay. It's
Same.
I can fix this. Hold on. I'll put
like a POV.
Disapproving dad look.
There it is. Yeah. I like it.
Alrighty.
Let me recalibrate it.
Okay. So yeah, you see, by the time you guys go out, you see that Geese has already basically torn into the other Gribbly that you guys brought out there. The carapace has been ripped away, and almost like a raw lobster, the tender, fleshy meat inside has been exposed to the outside world. You see there's some bites missing already, but probably got stopped when he heard you guys coming out with the other stuff. Do you guys want to try?
No, thank you. I am frankly happy doing what I have on hand.
I would like to think I'm adventurous when it comes to food, but I do enjoy it cooked, so
It's
I
warm.
think I will hold off.
I was gonna say, I'd like Flame to touch my food first before ingesting. I've made the mistake before, it's not very fun.
Nah,
Not all of us have the iron stomachs of the kobolds.
weak.
Yes.
Damn, alright.
You're very,
Here, you little shit.
like, Cece's so used to being getting people talking smack about him when he's going to the mines before because he is weak. He's just like, yeah, I mean, you're right. I play a damn
You're
good
very
tune.
observant.
I was like, but I play a damn good tune, Geese.
Mm.
I was like, come to the tavern, see how you enjoy.
Oh, all right. Go to the tavern and get Gertrude to cook some of this. Sure, for science.
Oh no, that's not what.
Wait, what?
No, I'm just like, I was just like, yeah, I may be weak, but come to the tavern, I can play a tune. And he's just like, oh, come to the tavern so they can cook this mysterious thing. they're gonna, and I'm like,
For
oh no,
science.
for science.
For
I'm like,
science.
man, I'm gonna get kicked out of a tavern before I even go into it.
Come
You told them
along.
to come to this tavern with that?
Uh,
All right. So do you guys go back to
That's my
Stonefruit
forehead.
Tavern?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe we do.
yeah.
Yes,
Gotta get
Your parading through the town with these entities definitely garners the attention of the locals and some of the other like wet workers and miners who are currently on break. You go into the tavern itself and basically, for lack of a better description, it's kind of a record scratch. All of the conversations that were happening previously just kind of like peter off. And you guys feel these eyes on you as Geese basically triumphantly, arms swinging wide, cobalt feet picking up high, just waltzes on into the tavern.
Jonas wouldn't even notice. He's a little bit used to this.
Ashram just kind of little waves as he goes by. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yes, hi. Hello.
Gertrude is behind the counter, and she's just kind of like stopped in the middle of drawing a tankard.
Hello, yes.
And fresh ingredients.
No, I mean, I guess.
Geese
I apologize.
clambers up onto one of the stools in front of the bar and just basically starts tapping his long nails on the wooden bar. All right. It's good. It's tasty. Geese head bite. Geese head nibble. They say it needs to be cooked. Geese says they're weak, but apparently flame makes better. Apparently flame makes better. And Gertrude just kind of like puts the tankard down on the bar slowly. You all want me to put that in my kitchen?
Well, you know the phrase "rustle up some grub." I know technically that wasn't the case here, but I think we're gonna take it a little literally tonight.
Sorry for the cough.
I apologize greatly for this, Gertrude. Things kind of just devolved.
Damien sounds so fucking ashamed.
Things got out of hand very quickly.
Can somebody roll me a persuasion?
I'll roll the persuasion because this is technically my fault. I know that. That's
Has nothing to do with the fact that you're the most charismatic bastard here. No.
Never. Ooh, that's crazy. All right. That is a
14.
Let's see. That's a 17 because anything lower than a 10 is treated as a 10. So that 7's a 10, and plus 7 on persuasion, that is a 17.
All
Where'd you
right.
get reliable talent this early. Oh man, that's awesome.
College of Eloquence.
That's right,
That'll
baby.
do it.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. Gotta love birds, right?
Yeah, birds are wild.
I was like, apologies, it's kind of my fault about that. Would it make you feel better if I'll perform and anything I'll give to you as payment as well? Kind of be like, please just don't get mad at us.
You see her kind of like she's come up from behind the bar at this point. You see her kind of poking around at least one of the Griblies, and she just kind of you see her like thinking, kind of probably trying to process how to even prepare this. You know what? Yeah, you perform. I've forgotten her accent entirely at this point.
It'd be like that.
Yeah, you perform. Don't worry about the money. I've got an idea.
Okay. Cece's like gonna go along with it, but he's like, I don't like when I don't know what ideas are, especially for performances. It worries me just a touch.
Did any of these spit anything putrid or poisonous?
I take out a bit of cloth and wipe off some of the acid from the acid arrow that I shot at one of them. Other than that, I think you're good.
One of the clerics could perform a rite and maybe get rid of that acid and whatnot. But they don't have anything internally that could be harmful?
I don't think
We're
any of
aware
us took.
of.
I don't think any of us took any acid damage.
You've, it, Damien just kind of like raises his hand for a second and he says, "If you give me a second, I can go out back. I plan on performing a investigative autopsy."
All right. An autopsy. I don't think I have a table you could do. Not in my kitchen.
No, not in your kitchen. I was just planning on going out back, and he kind of pads the knife on his belt, doing a little bit of rough, so to speak.
All right. You go ahead then.
Yes, thank you. And he just kind of motions to his. I have to fight so hard. Like, I'm trying not to say Zombros, but it is my knee-jerk reaction to just say that every time. Because Damien tries to be very eloquently spoken. I talk like a surfer bro who has just never touched a dictionary a day in his life.
A dictionary or a thesaurus?
Both.
All right, all right.
So, yeah.
I was just gonna say, speaking of payment, where would we go to collect our day's wages for the work?
Days wages. Oh no, you all get paid at the end of the contract.
Oh, I was under the impression that we would be getting 100 gold for our work today.
100 gold at the end of the contract, yes.
How long is the contract?
Probably about a week.
Ah, okay.
Shit. Alright.
So the counter's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright.
See,
Is Geese still here?
Oh yeah, Geese is eagerly waiting for one of these to be either brought back to him raw or cooked.
So, yeah, Jonas is going to sort of tap him on the shoulder. So about that, collapsed mine we found. I found no entrance to it. It was completely sealed off. But it is definitely a mine.
The mining guild said this is healed. The mining guild said the mountain here should be good for mining. The mining guild gets word from Sovereign, so Sovereign can't be incorrect.
I'm not saying it's that's bad for mining. I'm just saying that there is an unexplained sealed mine shaft that had no prior entrance.
Real quick, can we roll the clock back just a tad?
Okay.
Sure.
When we were leaving the mine shaft that we broke into, can I inspect the wall for anything weird, anything going on, anything magical perhaps? If we can wait 10 minutes, I can cast detect magic and look around at it. Anything
Okay.
that would have caused this collapse or cause it to be sealed.
Yeah. Roll me an investigation, or did you just want to go with the detect magic?
Let me do investigation because I don't think it's magical. I think somehow it just got sealed.
Yep.
What
Roll
is
me
that
an
for?
investigation.
Investigation
17?
is 17.
This doesn't look like a collapse. It doesn't look like rubble that has fallen or been displaced. This looks like it was solid stone that you guys had burrowed through.
Jonas, did you find anything on that body that was in there? Anything that could indicate why they were down here to begin with, other than just being a miner?
I think you're directing that at the wrong person.
yeah. I was like, that would be me. I
Oh,
was like,
sorry. Name swap. I meant
It's okay.
Damien. Damien.
No, it's CC, you mean? CC, you mean.
CC.
Wait, no, but Damien's the guy who's good with the undead, right?
Yes, but
Yeah.
CC's the one who investigated both the remains you found.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Hero.
Alright,
Thank you so
well,
much for
right.
the raid. Sorry, guys, we're doing D&D. But yes, welcome on in. My name is Okomie. Call me Oka for short. I'm an English VTuber, casual elven e-girl, and part-time DM. Every Saturday, we do D&D, unless stated otherwise in my Discord, and we're just in the middle of episode 3 of Inkstained.
Woo.
Woo!
Go back in, replace all instances of Jonas with CC.
Yes.
See, at this point, CC's like,
Write me out of the campaign.
is it just... CC looks at Jonas and is like, is it because we're different shades of like the same kind of color, kind of? Not really, but that's the only thing I can...
Oh!
I'm purple, you're blue. We're both elven looking, I guess, but it doesn't really feel like it should make sense. But anyway, CC kind of just like, so, I found this and I pull out the band because as they asked, I also was gonna ask Gertrude of like who I would speak to because I was gonna bring up the necklace I found with the strange coin and this crudely made brass band. I was like, these are the only things that I found of note.
Okay. The crudely made brass band, Gertrude, Ash, is Ash doing anything else, or was Ash asking Cece that upon investigating the cave wall? How far, what timeline are we in?
Okay, sorry. So I would have asked that as we were leaving, as we were walking back to the tavern.
So I would have, and then I would have shown you the things.
Yeah, if you're gonna show me those things, I would like to take those things with me, sit down at the tavern, put it on the table, put my book out, and ritually cast Identify on them to see if there's anything magical related to them.
There is nothing magical.
Damn. Okay.
After that, I was like, can I have these back now? Because I was going to ask to give them to whoever these belong to.
I'm going to look at the band, look inside the band, look for any scratch marks, anything to indicate person, origin, anything at all.
Okay. I'm going to say, that instead of making you roll it, I'm going to say that you're intently looking at this band. Moving away some of like the build-up corrosion or rust or wear and tear on the metal itself from being in a dark and like slightly damp cave for as long as it had been. Wait, the band was found on the new person, right?
The band was found on the one behind the wall. The necklace with the strange coin was found in the one leading up to the wall.
Okay. So yeah, unfortunately the band is too far gone to really ascertain anything on it, but the necklace with the strange coin on it, you see a symbol of almost like a tiny hammer. It's hard to describe. It's not really like a normal hammer. It's not a big head. It's more like a small, narrow, and thin head on it.
Like a hammer, like a hammer and anvil hammer, like.
Would
my
Ash know
first
that?
thought is, I don't know what. My okay. So Delilah's first thought is, religious medallion to like Moradin or something. I don't know if Moradin exists in this world, but like a religious medallion. I don't know if Ash would pick up on that.
Did you want to roll me in a religion?
Sure, I'll roll. I got a +3 to religion. Okay, sure. Oh, it's intelligence based. That's why. Yeah.
I was gonna say better than me.
All right, what's that roll? I can't see it.
18.
That's an 18. Hey.
Pardon me. It's not really picking religion for you, honestly. The way it's done, it looks more like maybe like a family insignia.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I'll hand them back to Cece and say, well, it's not magical. Didn't get much with this bracelet, but this does appear to be family related in some way. It looks like an insignia of some kind.
All right.
I don't know if maybe you could give it to someone local and see if they could recognize it.
Right. Well, that's the plan. So, and I take that. I'm gonna go to Gertrude. Like, I'm gonna ask you because I feel like you might be the best person to know since you are since you own the tavern here, and I know taverns usually are where you hear everything. Do you know of who might have, like, who these might belong to? I found these on people who had passed when we were, people who had passed in the caverns that we were exploring. I just want to make sure that they go to the right people, whether it be their families or anything like that. And I kind of put both on the thing. I was like the brass band and the necklace.
Okay. The brass band, she picks it up, and again, like, it's corroded. It is.
Would Cece? I was gonna say I'm wondering if I don't have it, but I was like wondering since we like it's been looked at as corrosive much, if someone has mending, if they would be able to make it. Would mending look like it would like bring it back to its original?
has
Mending.
mending.
Pin would have mending, and I believe Damien does as well. But it would
Maybe-
take a lot of mending.
Got it. It's
this
that far,
is
it's that old.
this is
Got it.
old.
Understood.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Well, it gives us something of a date for the cave.
Meanwhile, the coin itself, she just goes, "Oh, yeah, that looks like the Chaser family.
What now?
The Chaser family, a family of humans, humans and half elves."
Go figure.
And is there a family member of? You said Chaser, like Chase, or Trace, like drawing.
Chase, CH.
Chase. Yeah. So is there a member of the Chaser family in the town that I could give this to?
To my knowledge, there's only one living member left after yesterday. That would be Caitlin. She's a half elf. She's kind of old.
And where is Caitlin?
Well, she's just insert fantasy directions here.
Got it.
You can find her at the old red brick house at the end of Twine Road.
Okay.
She's whimsy word.
So with that, Cece's gonna be like, I'm gonna be back for the performance, and I'm gonna look at everyone. I was like, I'm gonna return. I'm gonna give this to who this belongs to, or who I think this should go to. I'm gonna make my way to give the necklace to apparently the last living member, which is really awkward. That's gonna be super awkward. Yeah, so I found this on your dead relative. Sorry about that.
All right. Damien is performing impromptu autopsies in the back alley. Can you roll me a medicine or a survival, whichever's higher?
He has his sleeves rolled up. He has his Zombro is like helping him hold it straight and taut, so it makes it easier for him to cut into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to. What'd you say? What were my options again?
Medicine or survival, whichever is better. Medicine is more so applying your knowledge of human or humanoid anatomy. Survival is what knowledge you may have had of, like, maybe butchering an animal.
Would nature count? Because it is, and I'll just roll medicine. I feel like I'm stretching it now. Okay.
Not terrible, not terrible. Damien comes from Vermont, which is another coastal city. Are you going through the Worm or the Gribbly? Or both?
I'm going through the Worm first.
Okay. The worm, the way it cuts, so normal worms, for those who don't know, don't have any bones. But this does have a central spinal column, and it does have organs surrounded by, thick, dense, muscular meat. The skin itself cuts almost like thick leather. But going through, you don't find any bile bags or any poison sacs or anything like that. And in fact, the inside of it almost reminds you of eel.
Huh.
Seafood?
Okay.
The water genasi's just like, ayo!
I mean, I could go for a dragon roll right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Same. Fuck, I love unagi.
Oh, God. I want sushi.
I live in the
Sorry.
country. There's no sushi places near me.
I live in a desert, but conveniently, it's a desert where a bunch of people decided to put a bunch of interesting stuff, so...
Hells
there's
yeah.
that. Okay, so, worm, cuts like eel, has central vertebrae. No poison glands that we know of.
Yeah.
That's the general gist of what I get.
General gist. Probably should be safe to eat. Smells like a eel's a red meat, I think. Hold up. Making me question things.
The things you have to search for a D&D game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Gotta
Just
get
wait until we
those,
have to do the Pythagorean theorem to figure out the hypotenuse of a flying enemy. Again.
Yeah.
God, no.
Yeah, eel's a red meat. So yeah, it's a red meat.
Okay.
Dr. Silo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Okomie. You can call me Oko for short. I'm an English VTuber and a casual elven e-girl, and part-time DM. Every Saturday, we do D&D streams, and this week it is Ink-Stained Episode 3. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're fine. Welcome.
Oh, we get you. Yeah, hi.
So you're
Hey.
good. I'm having to deal with my cat wanting all the attention. I don't know if you can
Same.
randomly see her. You can
Mystic
randomly
just
see her
crawled
tail
up
just
for
peek
attention.
through.
Yeah. All right, so are you going through the Gribbly next?
Yes, I am performing my autopsy. After I, safely prepare, close it up, not sewing it, but kind of deal with the remains. I clean off my dagger a bit, and then I go to work on the other one.
All right, roll me another medicine or survival, whichever you wish to go with.
Medicine, that's what I'm proficient in. Oh, wow.
Hey,
fun.
yo, 15 again. Again, you come from a coastal city, and the closest thing that you can compare this to is lobster. Going through the thick carapace, you are met with a bouncy, almost juicy-looking white tender meat on the inside. And again, no poison glands, no corrosive sacs, nothing like that. It does have darker organs on the inside, probably from its diet of rotten flesh, so you imagine those should probably be removed before preparation.
I see. Okay. Well, this is quite frankly repulsive, but I know more than I know now.
Says the necromancer!
Okay, I deal with people guts, not gribbly guts. Okay? And normally people aren't carrion eaters, so they don't smell like a septic tank that's been lit on fire.
That is fair. That is fair.
So afterwards, he cleans off his tools. He just kind of stands up, holding his arms out away from him, covered in viscera and detritus. And he goes to the back entrance and he tries to open it up with just his elbows. And it is not working out for him. And so he points with one of his viscera stained hands to the Dragonborn
To open the door.
flock member. And he says, "Would you please open this door for me?"
Yeah, your undead charge definitely complies and opens the back door there, leading into the kitchen of the Stonefruit Tavern, where you see Gertrude and a few other of her kitchen staff have basically started preparing the large hearth with a wrought iron stand that looms over it, basically trying to prepare it for something. Also, the grills over an open flame have also been cleared and starting to be prepared.
First things first, do you have a wash basin or a bucket of water that I could make use of? As he just kind of raises his hands.
Yeah, right over there. We have an endless water resource.
Oh, thank goodness. Alright. And he walks over there, and as he begins to set to work, scrubbing his hands very thoroughly, he speaks to them over his shoulder and he says, "So, after my cursory investigation, I found that another of them seemed to possess any toxic sacs or poison glands or anything of sort of that, so the meat should be safe, though the Gribblies, I would heavily advise being very selective with the cuts of meat that you choose to eat, as they do appear to be carrion eaters, and that comes with a lot of parasites. So be wary of that. If you eat it, I would advise either grilling it to a mere char or boiling the ever-loving crap out of it."
All right, sounds good.
But the worm seems completely fine. Very fatty meat. So
Oh.
have fun with that, I guess. And he just kind of shrugs.
Well, if you're not repulsed by the idea, feel free to come back later and see what I manage with these.
I will do my best to try it. If it is your cooking, then I will consider it worth my time, of course.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing
Uh,
these in.
no problem. Thank you for preparing a hearty meal for us. Believe I'll go get to work on that window now. And after he finishes cleaning off his hands, he dries them. Um, and he says, probably before that, though, I'm going to go return my flock members so that way they don't attract any untoward attention.
Are you still keeping them over by the church?
Yes.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Uh, no reason. I was just, I was curious.
Oh, all right. I mean, if you would like, sometime I can bring you there myself and kind of give you an introduction to them if you like.
Uh, I'll think on it.
Uh, Damien kind of catches some of her discomfort in that, and he just raises his hand and he says, "You don't need to worry about it, but the offer is there." Uh, and after cleaning himself, he goes back outside and reconvenes with his flock, and he goes to go drop them off by the church and head back.
All right. My cat is currently telling me that it is time for her medication, so I think now might be a good place to take a break. 10-minute break, folks.
Sounds good.
Okay, it's currently
Works for me.
6:34 Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be taking about a 10-minute break, so we're gonna be coming back at 6:45 Eastern Standard. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Alrighty.
See you soon.
Burb. Hello there, folks. We are slowly coming back.
I've been having
Hello.
a blast with it. Hi.
Hello.
We were talking about video games.
About video games
But
Yeah.
on my channel. Sorry.
You know what?
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. I know that you're the gamer here, but we gotta take it back now, y'all.
Few hops
Now
this time.
let's stop. Yeah.
There we go.
I was
Yes.
trying so hard to remember it.
All right.
Alrighty, so I see Frank is no longer at his desk, and I was literally just about to start with
Oh
CC.
my god.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was just talking to the fiance real quick.
It's okay, it's okay. Do you need a minute?
No, we're good. She was just
Okay.
checking in to see how she's doing.
I have a quick question. Game mechanic thing.
Okay.
During that autopsy, did we get a short rest out?
No.
Dang. All right.
Understandable.
Yeah,
That's fair.
you have to
That's fair.
understand. Damien is pretty quick when it comes to dismembering corpses.
I was gonna say, Damien
So-
definitely would not have gotten a short rest because he was actively doing stuff. CC as well is also going to a place. So those who are not accounted for, so if no one's like following CC, for example, and they're just vibing at the tavern for, whatever, then yes, if you're vibing at the tavern, sure, and leaving CC to go off all on his own.
Okay.
I'll be totally fine. One person splitting from the rest of the party has never gone wrong before in the history of Dungeons and Dragons. What?
I think
Totally
think
not
I'm-
the psycho of the group.
I think I'm doing a bit of notebook writing, and then CC's about to head out, and I'm like, do I want to try to recover some spells, or do I want to go with CC? I'll go with CC. I'm gonna go with you just so you have an extra.
I was about to say, do you want to talk to an old half elf who's probably like, hey, so the rest of your bloodline is dead besides yours. Here is their necklace. That's gonna be a great conversation.
I think I'll stay and go ahead and recover some spells. Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and recover some spell slots if that's all right.
Okay.
I think I'm going to be looking for Douglas.
Okay. Let's tend to CC first. So you follow the instructions as best you can, and the biggest descriptor that Gertrude gave you was the red brick house. And you eventually find a modest red brick home with a, an older thatch and mudded over roof, and you see that the chimney itself has smoke coming from it, so you presume that somebody is home, at least tending to the hearth.
I kind of just take a deep breath and compose myself and just and CC is going to just kind of lightly just
We'll do this
knock
one
on the door.
'cause we don't want cavey sounds. We're not in a cave.
I was gonna say also, what did we state her name was? Because I want to make sure I had that down correctly. Was it?
It is
I don't see it.
Caitlin. Caitlin.
Caitlin. Ah, okay. I was half. We were half right.
Oh, what
we
did
were
you
close
have?
with Katie.
I
I
had
see.
Kimberly, which was totally wrong.
Oh
And
my
I know
God.
it's wrong, but I can't remember. And then Hash was like, wasn't it like Katie or something? I was like, it feels like it, but I know that's not right either. I was like, what is it? Okay. But yeah, so CC knocks on the doors. Kind of hopefully loud enough to be heard, but not slamming at the door like a guard trying to break in or anything.
Yeah. It's silence for a few moments, but then eventually you hear lighter footfalls nearing the door. Very appropriately timed there, Roll20 music, thank you. And the door eventually opens, and you're met with you're a half-elf yourself. You can tell that she's showing some signs of aging, but she's probably still young comparatively for a half-elf. She's got a little bit more of a sallow face, higher cheekbones, tanned skin, probably from working out in fields, fine brown hair pulled back into a tight low bun, and the faintest tips of ears. Definitely a watered down bloodline.
As she opens the door, she's like, hello, I'm looking for Caitlin.
Well, you found her.
Hello, my name is, well, my name's Koinok, but you can call me CC. Um, I found something, I'm one of the people who are assigned as a wet worker, and I found something, that I believe, uh, at this point in time should go to you. And I just wanted to give you this, and I pull out the, necklace that I found in question.
You pull out the necklace, and you almost see just everything leave her for a second. And she eases her shoulders a little bit, and she reaches out with thin, elongated fingers and just slowly grasps onto the coin as you're holding the chain in front of her.
I'll wait for her to see if she says anything as like with this.
Part of me held out hope when they couldn't find his body.
I'm sorry that I wish I could bring back better news. But I also know that it's always
Spare me
nice
your
to have-
sympathies.
Apologies.
I'm...
Just wanted to make sure.
No, this... Thank you for returning this to me. Did you at least bring his body?
I was not part of the crew that would, but I can make sure to double check.
That was the body of this one was the one I preserved, right?
Yes, you preserved it. I don't know what did we leave it in there?
Yeah, I think you all left it
No.
in there. You mean to tell me that you're frolicking and trotting about with that necromancer, and you couldn't even bring my son home?
Cece kind of hangs his head, understanding that we should have brought it out.
And to be fair, if
Or is he now walking amongst that mockery of a flock as
No.
well?
No. Our shepherd, the shepherd that we were with, preserved him to make sure that nothing else befalls him. And we are going to go back for him and bring him out, even if I have to do it myself.
Whatever you need to do to feel better about yourself. I'll at least go to the church and see to it that he's brought back untainted.
Got it. Cool. Okay. TC just kind of nods for a moment and just says, and then just kind of walks off.
Just not even engaging in this conversation anymore.
Yeah. Just like hearing that, like Cece wants to really start something because like he also knows like okay, angry at death of someone, so understandable. But like let's not do this right now.
She angry. I ain't touching that.
I was like, understandably, because someone perished basically yesterday, is what it seemed like, or recently.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, let's not touch that right now. Everyone processes the in their own way.
All right. You heading back to the tavern?
Yeah, just start heading back to the tavern and try to like take a deep breath and like, okay, everyone processes guilt their own way, whatever, and kind of just move on. As unfortunately we kind of have, as CC understands, he has to do with this kind of work.
Mm-hmm. All right. The tavern, Pin, Stein, and Ash are having a short rest. Jonas is going to find Douglas.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long to find him. He's in the tavern. Just vibing.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Almost
Actually, he finds you. He'll walk up after essentially Damien and the Necrobros take the insectoids out to be autopsied in the back alley. He's just like, what is all that?
Science and potentially dinner.
Dinner?
I'm not the one preparing it.
They're gonna be serving that here?
I mean, it'll be properly prepared. Not the prettiest meal, but likely more nutritious than what we've been having.
How do you even cook that? That thing's as tall as I am.
I am not a chef, little one.
How would they even... You know what? Never mind. I'm thinking too much about it. Are you gonna be trying it?
Probably. From what I understand, it's not unlike what I've had back home.
Back home?
Well, back home is difficult to pin down, but point is I'm not from around here.
Well, I mean, yeah.
No doing, knucklehead.
Anyway, on another note, no one really got hurt, he says, glancing over at Ashram.
No one that
with
matters
one
got
hand.
hurt. Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
Pretty much. That is essentially what Jonas is thinking.
Asher is riding in one hit with one hand and drinking a mead with the other. Actually, Asher, his hit points he got his hit points back, I believe, because I don't have any damage marked off.
Yeah, you were healed.
Yeah, no, we healed you.
Okay.
Because I'm a fucking bitch. You people.
I think CC comes back in and Ashram sort of sees him and sees the mood.
Well, it'll take a minute for CC to come
okay.
back.
All right, cool. That's fine.
So, are those things from yesterday?
Yeah. Not all of them. I mean, we brought back several of the gribbly things, but there was this big worm that... I don't know, I wasn't there for that.
And we're gonna eat that too?
Yeah.
It's better not to think about what it was.
It's hot dog mentality. Don't think too hard about it.
I was about to say, trust me, better not to think about what goes into your soup.
I really liked the soup here. Now you're making me question things.
See, that's the point. It doesn't matter what's in the soup. It matters that you like the soup.
You know, my dad used to say things like that when, the dog was getting old. I'm starting to get real uncomfortable with this line of dialogue.
Excuse me?
Make me question a lot of things I didn't question before.
I'm not ready
Oh, dear.
I'm not ready to process that part of my childhood yet. All right, well, you came back safe. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
So, did that open? You guys, the wall was thin. Like, if we had continued down that lane, we would have gotten. What did you guys find in there?
We found a mine, but there was no entrance to it. It had been sealed off, not any collapse or anything that I was aware of.
That doesn't make sense.
No noticeable entrance. We definitely found mining gear in there, and there's nothing documented as far as I've been told of prior mining, so
You know Old Man Thomas, yeah? I'm just gonna say, this is probably the guy who handed around the flask often, the guy who was just like, peace, I'm out of here, the other day.
okay, yeah, then I would.
You know, he used to say that the rocks would move. That the mountain would move. Caves would close. Entrances would vanish. It's almost like the mountain would heal itself.
So yeah, Jonas is gonna sort of sit and ponder this for a while. Well, it's not unheard of, but this is we would have been briefed of this.
Well, maybe not you guys, but the way that it works with the mining guild. The sovereign tells us which parts of the mine to actually excavate and when. We're kind of like on a rotation every few years, from what I've heard. I only recently got into the gig. But yeah, we just leave parts of the mountain alone for a few years, and then we go back and we're able to dig into it again.
Okay, that's so they know, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know how it happens, though. But the sovereign tells us when it's ready.
That's mildly concerning, but not openly malicious. I'll see what the rest of the group knows, but I'll let you wind down or whatever you're doing.
Guy says that we're pretty much done for the day. They don't want to, push the issue, especially considering we encountered creatures, so I guess we're going to be moved to another channel tomorrow.
Yeah. We know that they move through the walls fairly easily. One of them got away, and we did not find it in that cave, so we have no idea how many more there are. But be on your guard, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, I guess
We'll be
that's
around.
why we got you guys here, right?
Well, it certainly went better than last time, so
Maybe I should go
I
look
should
into
think
buying
so.
a dagger or something.
you can have one of mine. I have a spare.
Are you sure?
Of course. I don't use them often.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're willing, it would save me some money.
Jonas is gonna sort of reach down to his belt, pull out. It's a short dagger. It's not, and it's not particularly well taken care of. It's blunted almost entirely on one side, and you can see a crack near the base. But he flips it around and hands it over.
Douglas takes it for a moment, just kind of like examines it, and just you see he's probably never really held a bladed weapon before, but he basically like loops his thumb into the side of his belt there and pulls it to the side and just basically tries to holster the dagger between the belt and his shirt, essentially.
Well, I should inform the rest of the group about moving mountains.
I'll say probably.
But,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll see you later tonight then.
Yeah, see you later tonight for this worm soup. Say probably around this time is when Cece returns.
Okay.
And Damien as well.
Okay.
Probably Damien
Yeah,
a little bit
so-
before Cece, but I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys do that. Oh wait, no. Damien was going to the church afterwards to go return members of the flock, right?
Correctamundo.
All right, we'll still deal with the Stonefruit Tavern there as Cece's coming back in, and then I'll go to the church.
Okay.
Ashram will just kind of motion CC over and put a mug of mead in front of him and just kind of pat him on the shoulder and let him take a load off.
Cece looks at the mead and grins. He's like, I know it's very surprising considering what I do, but thank you for the offer. And he puts it kind of in front of them, and he really quick and he kind of is if there's anybody like kind of, for lack of a better term, like working the tables, like almost like a waitress or a waiter, kind of like, can I just have like a tea or water? He's like, everyone grieves in their own way. But I always forget also that we really, really have a problem with the shepherds. So probably better that I went instead of Damien that time. Make sure, Ashrams, remind me before the night is over, to see if I can get some assistance to bring the body of that person at least to the church, as it seems that Caitlin is going to the way it seems. So Caitlin basically is going to pay for resurrection. Is basically, I'm assuming, what they were saying.
Oh, honey. Resurrection's fucking expensive. She's probably never gonna be able to pay for a resurrection.
Okay. I was just confused because I was like, she sounds like she was gonna do something, and I was very confused. And it sounded like a resurrection.
She probably wants to bury her son.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she
when
would
she
explain
when she
it.
says brought back, I think she means returned
yeah.
to the church.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just like, just make sure I do that so I can make sure to bring that body back to the church for her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
it
that
sounds
resurrection
like-
would require like a diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Ah. Yes.
It sounds like she was lashing out in grief, and you just happened to be the person that got hit with it.
Wouldn't be the first or the last time.
I mean, if you're up for it, let's go do it now. Maybe it'll help get your mind off of it and put you some closure.
I'm gonna look to Gertrude first. I was like, well, I did say I would do something first. Let me make sure. I looked to Gertrude. I was like, Gertrude, is it okay if I go? There's because I tell Gertrude about the necklace. I was like, that body's still there. Can we go?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna need all your help this evening when I serve whatever you brought back from the caves. So you do whatever you need to do so I have all your attention this evening.
Okay, cool. I was like, all right. So I looked over at Ashton. I was like, let's get this done quick, because I'm gonna be in this tavern probably until 5 a.m.
That's a long time. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'll do what I can to help you.
It's the life of the bard. It's something I'm used to. Trust me.
All right. Pin volunteers to go help just in case, because I don't think either of you have particularly high strength. And
I actually was gonna run over and ask Pin if we could borrow Stein long enough to get the body moved.
yeah, a dead body is very heavy. So let's pop over to Damien, going to the Church of the Dawnbringer and returning members of the flock. You see that the rest of the flock still isn't there, so you assume Nemphra is probably still out on her task.
Oh, okay. Whoop. I think I lost tracking. Not realizing. Oh.
Sorry, that
No,
tracking.
no, see that.
Here we see it. We also see your desktop. I don't think you're tracking the I think you're selecting essentially your screen and not your live 2D studio camera when you're putting it in.
I have it set to. Oh, what did I just do? I hit a button.
What have you done?
VTube Studio. That's what I want. Okay. Should be capturing that.
Mhm.
Whoops. Okay. Boop. Camera off. Camera on. Okay.
Also, I do apologize. I'm eating a cookie and drinking tea, so if my tracking does weird shit, that's why.
Okay. All right. There we go. All of that should be working now. Okay. There we go. But yes, we are headed back to the top.
You were going to the church to go return your 2 flock members. And I was
Yes.
saying, yes, Nemphra appears to not have returned yet, as the rest of the flock is not where you left them.
Oh. Damien just kind of absentmindedly mumbles to himself. He's just like, oh, he must still be out and busy. And he heads towards the back with his modest flock, and kind of just gets them set up and
You okay,
gives
Frank?
them another cursory glance.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, it just looks like Frank burned the shit out of his mouth with pizza.
1,000%. It just came out the oven and I forgot and I just scorched my mouth.
Oh no!
That's always the worst. That is just nothing but pain. Sorry. So I go and I set up the 2 members of my flock in the back, and I kind of give them another once over to me. Assess some of the damage that has happened to them. I take note of some of the flash marks that have made their way onto one of, I believe it was human. Because he did end up taking some damage. So he makes a mental note to come back and adjust this before he goes to bed tonight. But first of all, actually no. He takes the time now on reconsideration to mend the wounds on his friend here.
Okay. If I remember correctly, 1 second. I need to pull up that subclass. When you're not in combat. Yeah, you can heal to full over a short or long rest. So are you taking a short rest right now to completely repair your charges?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's better to do it now than later, and I have the time, so what's my... I'm
Oh. You still there, buddy? Friend?
out again.
Oh, there we go. You just got like crystal clear for a fucking second? And then it was just like noises?
I don't know what's up with that. Nope, not what I wanted.
Alright, but anything else you wanted to do while you were here?
No, he's just going to, he's good fellows.
Okay.
Good fellows.
Alright, so Pin, Ashram, and Cece make your way back to the caves that you were in probably at this point about an hour or so before. And you wander your way down cautiously, I presume. With whatever sources of light either of you wanted to muster. And you eventually...
Me using dark vision, I'm just looking.
I got my one light up.
Yeah. Sorry, my husband was going back outside. You guys make your way back down into the mine shaft there, before the mysterious old cave, and you see the body that you left behind, and it's not exactly in the same position where it was originally like slumped towards the side of the cave wall there on its side. It looks like something grabbed it by the leg and tried to drag it back towards the abandoned cave. A considerable amount of flesh is now missing from the shin and thigh. The clothing was torn into, the pants, I mean. And it's still there, just notably gnawed on.
Cheesy kind of just sighed, like, oh, okay. Well, nothing to do at this point.
Well, at least it's there.
Yeah, I was like, it's the more important thing is that there's the closure of being able to see them one more time before they're put away. And he looks to Ashram and Penenstein's like, well, shall we? And he's going to actually look before we get that. He's like, would someone prefer, instead of carrying it, to be prepared in case whatever's trying to grab it tries to come back? If you all want me to do it, I can. If you would prefer somebody else to do it, we can do that as well. It's whatever you would prefer.
Well, Stein can grab him, and I can.
And Stein. Oh, so I was like, Stein's like probably could just huff this dude up.
Yeah, if you guys just help Stein, because he's got one arm right now, but so long as it gets upright, I'm sure Stein could maybe, like, hoist this guy over his shoulder.
And he's like, sounds like a plan.
All
and
right.
they just kind of prepare to move him.
It's not life or death situation, so I'm not going to make you guys roll, but you guys help Stein pick up the body there. And again, like, it's not like the body was pristine. The body had been killed by the Griblies previously. I think I described slash marks along the arms and torso before. So this could just be attributed to more same-day damage to an untrained eye. And yeah, Stein picks up the lifeless body, and you guys start making your way back out of the cave. Where are you bringing it?
Going to the church, because that's where she said she was going to go, I believe, the next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you guys make your way to the church, you see Damien sort of in an opening near the church there, tending to his two flock members.
He is humming. But other than that, he is absorbed in his work and probably does not notice you.
I'm gonna tell at least Stein. I'm gonna ask Pin to tell Stein to wait outside for a second, just because we don't want to just bring a dead body into the church. I'm gonna go in. Do I see like let's see. I had a name for him. I know I did. Do I see Olan or any of the cleric that I saw previously, or anyone that I may have noticed still in the church at this point?
You go inside and you don't see the Furbog whom you were talking to this morning, or not this morning, earlier this day. However, you do see a taller, slender, gaunt in face, again high cheekbones and elongated ears that stretch backwards behind her, pale, almost white blonde hair pulled back into a higher bun with a braid around it, very fair-skinned, full-blooded high elf,
Okay.
wearing the vestments.
I'm gonna go up to them and like, apologies. I spoke to a cleric here previously, and unfortunately I don't see him, so I was wondering if I could ask a quick question. We found a body of a miner who unfortunately passed, who is, I'm assuming, a son or some type of close relative to Caitlin, and we were just wondering where you would want us to bring this body, so that way Caitlin can come see him before whatever they would wish to pursue afterwards.
You see her look over her shoulder towards a doorway that would lead further back into the church. I believe we've gotten through a number of the victims from yesterday now. We might be able to take him now. You said Caitlin, as in
Yes.
Chaser?
Yes, Caitlin Chaser, that is correct.
All right. Yes. It's probably looking for Gideon. All right. Bring him in.
Alright, and as that happens, I kind of motion to Stein and everyone else if they want to come in as well.
Okay. Do you follow in, Ash?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Stein brings in this this lifeless form, and you see. Actually, you know what? Roll insights for those who want to.
Yeah.
14.
Not bad. Not bad.
Uh,
Nope.
Man, that's crazy. He's like, this is a
yes.
church. I'm in a church, and that's all I know.
Yeah.
We in church.
Twitch. You see the face of this, or Cece does. You see the face of this this elven woman just kind of look troubled as she lands her eyes on the lifeless form that you're bringing in. She eventually guides you to that doorway that she looked over to, and you see that there are a few tables with lifeless forms on them, covered by cloth. You see that there is a wash basin that is muddied red, probably from washing hands, and you see that there's a growing pile of bloodied garb and cloth as they're, preparing these bodies.
Mm-hmm. As we go through, I was like, also, apologies, I didn't catch your name, I'm so sorry. Who?
You may call me Quen.
Quen? So as we're going, I was like, as we're doing, I was like, is everything okay? Because I see them look okay, like upset, and I was like,
it's a delicate situation at the moment. There are many who have lost loved ones. There's some very opinionated people. Overall, tensions are high, and I must do what I can to keep the peace.
well, thank you so much. Apologies we couldn't be of more assistance. I did inform her of his passing, so she is aware of this, so hopefully she should be stopping by. Is there anything else you would like some assistance with, Quen?
I believe we're fine for now. But thank you
Well,
for the offer, and thank you for bringing this body back to us.
It's the least I can do. And then as I leave, I do like the saying that Olon gave me is like, may the dawn find you, and then leave.
Yeah. She bows her head and returns in kind. May the dawn find you. All right.
And then I guess I was like, well, if that's this. I was like, unless anyone else has any questions, shall we make our way? I was like, back to the tavern, unless you all want to do something else. I was like, because I know I have to go back to the tavern.
Asherim just sort of nods and may the dawn find you, and kind of follows CC as he goes. Is not here for religion. Just doesn't have the time for it.
It's a weird saying. May the dawn find you.
I mean,
A little bit.
yes, it is a kind of odd, but I think it has an interesting meaning depending on how you look at it.
And how do you look
kind
at
of-
it?
That you are able to wake up every day to the dawn. Basically wishing you continued life is what I'm going to take it as, and hopefully it does continue.
Yeah, I believe it is something. It seems to be something that superstitious people say to invoke some kind of blessing on the day.
Unless there's a horrible evil creature named Dawn. Unless that happens,
and it
then I'm very scared. But otherwise, I'm going to take that as a good
Cometh.
thing.
May
Dawn
the
cometh.
I have given Dawn your name. May that find you soon.
You're on the list.
Dawn is rapidly approaching your location.
Dawn is rapidly approaching. You see Pin just kind of ponder for a moment. So you've got a church that has a saying that I hope you live in a town that currently has 2 necromancers.
I don't know. I'm not part of the church. I don't make the sayings.
Just
Whatever.
as she says that,
As they.
just
I make
flash cuts.
all I do is I make jingles for taverns. I mean, that's the.
Astrum just kind of gives a non-committal shrug. Look, church is not really my thing. I've never really been religious to begin with. Let them have their little sayings if it helps them to feel better about their day and the people that they shepherd.
I also want to say, like, as they're having this conversation, and like she mentions
They.
2 necromancers in here, it just smash cuts to Damien as he's sitting there just stitching his flock back together, and he's just, "God wait while you what?"
You
Just,
cut out a
like,
little bit
doing-
there, buddy.
Yeah, he's just like gently singing himself, and he's just like, "You gotta whistle while you work," and it just comes back to, and it's just, I sort of do, and then he goes back. It's nothing.
Okay.
He's he's just a silly little guy.
Silly little guy.
Silly little guy.
All right. Is anyone doing anything else? It is like an encroaching evening. Actually, probably like dusk at this point.
I don't think so. I think it's back to the tavern.
Samurai Jack.
Yeah. The rest of the group got up and left pretty much right before Jonas turned around. So he's just sort of sitting at the table like,
He's
where
like,
did they go?
Abandoned.
I feel so bad.
Aww.
He'll be all right.
I mean, you got a shot west.
Yay. I have my 1 spell slot back.
Yay, warlocks!
I got more spell slots from my short rest than you got from your short rest, and that's very funny to me.
I mean, you did also like fucking alakablam yourself in that first round, so.
Very true.
All right. As you guys essentially finish with whatever threads you're working on, I'm going to assume most of you come back to the tavern for at least an evening's meal.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Blech, burp. The smell that fills the air in the tavern this evening is a mixture of... Hold on, I'm going to actually change the music. Oh my god, this cough. Is a mixture of herbs, garlic, browned butters, sautéed shallots, some freshness as well. Not from citrus though. But you guys eventually make your way back into the tavern and you see a barmaid walking by with a large platter. And on this platter is a massive, like, steak. And you imagine it is a disc cut from the large worm. Next to it is a salad of mixed greens with a few berries and a light creamed sauce on top. Along with a few steamed or roasted root vegetables tossed in this garlic browned butter. You see at a table somebody with a large portion of probably one of the Gribblies done up like a lobster tail that had been grilled and then doused with these with this brown butter, roasted garlic and shallot as well. It is drooling talking about it. You hear a crack at the other corner of the tavern as you see somebody has essentially, one of the wet workers with a larger hammer as their weapon has essentially used said weapon to crack open effectively a lobster claw, a large lobster claw. It is
Big.
big,
Laws.
weighty. Lobster tail again. Hex, do you want to explain this lobster meme you've got going on here? Oh no, Hex! I just saw that you haven't eaten yet, buddy!
It happens every
Buddy!
session.
You have to eat to come to my session!
Yeah, such is the problem with Oko.
I'm sorry.
We don't have an oven,
Everyone.
okay?
Oh,
And
what about a stove?
I'm out of cereal.
Buddy! Is it early enough in the day to Uber Eats? Do you have skip the dishes out there?
It's like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Bro.
It's fine.
11 it should be enough time for it to start. That's
Well,
usually when I get food.
Then the next question would be like, does he have money to order out? Right.
Fair.
And he's got
Anyway,
he's got a
moving
broken
on.
oven. He probably don't have the money to order out at the moment.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Okay, I'll rate it in on describing the food.
No, by all means, go ahead.
You're just torturing him.
I'm
You
sorry.
just hear suddenly, why is there a leak in the house? Why is there so much water on the floor? Sorry, there's just some food being described. My bad.
All I can think of when you said that.
Anyway.
was
Yeah.
From Claudia Chance Meatballs 2.
Oh.
It's just, there's a leak in the boat. I'll try and find it.
Yeah. All right. I'll say, yeah, Jonas is still in the tavern. Added to the menu for this evening are the two dishes I've mentioned. Well, three, technically, because the tail and the claw are two separate dishes. And also a fishball soup.
Nice. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah.
You'll never know it's worm if it's in a whole nother format.
Exactly.
You'll never know if it's worm if we call it a fish.
Exactly. So, Jonas, is there any particular dish you're going for?
He is enjoying the lobster tail.
Mowing down on that.
I need you to put up big air quotes when you say lobster.
No, it's lobster tail to him. That's all that matters.
It tastes exactly like lobster tail. I mean, sorry, texture-wise. The way that they prepared it here and seasoned it here is definitely different. It's making you kind of miss the lobster you've had previously. It's serviceable for those who have never had proper, lobster dish before. All right. Ashram, CC, Pin, and Damien.
Yes.
You all eventually return to the Stonefruit Tavern.
I'm gonna take a wee break from my tablet.
Okay.
I look over and I was just like, do you want me to just start immediately, Gertrude? Like, as I walk in, I just look over, I was just like, now, God.
Yeah, you see her kind of just give a nod and a thumbs up. This tavern is not like the ones you're used to performing at. So, like the ones in DevCast, like the Quench Tank, for example, they are set up to have performances because in a place that has a bunch of taverns and a lot of competition, you need to stand out. And one of the ways you can is with your entertainment. Unfortunately, Stonefruit does not have a stage.
Okay.
You see some of the tables have been kind of pushed to the side. There's like an opening-ish in the center, but that opening is still being used as throwaway for, people who are at the tavern and for, the tavern hands who are going around and serving.
You mean to tell me they don't have a whole ass magic LCD screen showing wizard soccer?
No.
Not
Not here. In Kelpsa they would, but not here.
As soon as I get the nod to basically start, I'm casting dancing lights and kind of putting it up to the four corners and having it slowly shift between. Give me 1 second, I want to make sure.
I just imagine just like Cece just fucking snaps his fingers and all the torches just go dim and the dancing lights just come on up.
He's very dramatic.
Yeah, this town totally isn't. CC knows better than to be like, yeah, let's have a dance party to this town who's had to deal with so much death recently. So let's not do that.
This rural town that's going through this horrible loss of life. Let's make it a disco.
Yeah, right. No, but the dancing lights turn up and it's like this very bright, almost like white, but it's like a very light blue color of these dancing lights. and kind of start going around in kind of the higher up in the air, and may kind of start bobbing to the tune. I see if I can find a free space. If not, are the tables that are pushed together being used by anyone, or is it kind of just used?
So when I was saying earlier that some of the tables have been pushed to the side to make somewhat of a clearing in sort of the center of the tavern.
Okay. So I just kind of get going, and I'm gonna start doing my best to do my best for Gertrude, who's asking me to play probably the entire night until this tavern is empty or everyone is asleep.
All right, roll me a performance, Sir Bard.
Real quick, when the dancing lights go up, if it's all right, I'm gonna flick my fingers and do prestidigitation to sort of add to them. With hopes of giving you advantage on that.
Yeah, sure. We'll take advantage.
Thank
God! Holy shit!
Oh wow! Woof!
I look over to Ash and I'm like, thank you so much.
Ash, thumbs up. Halfway through a Greeley tale, just thumbs up.
So you let the dancing lights go, you pull out your lute, and you start to feel that sensation. The eyes all on you, and kind of mixed feelings, realizing that there's been so much tragedy in this town lately, and the encounter you had with Caitlin earlier, and feeling unsure about what you should actually do in this moment. You notice that your dancing lights start changing color, and you look over and you see Ashram, lowering his arm and sitting back down, giving you a large smile and a thumbs up. And that gives you enough motivation to continue onward. And you start strumming away on that lute. What kind of song you playing, my dude?
So it's going to be kind of the best way I can describe it is classic hero's tale, but it is about no specific hero in particular. It is basically kind of in remembrance of those, but of happier times. So it is not dealing with their past, doing it is celebrating the life that they had.
Okay. Kind of like a hero's memoriam or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Trying not to go fully somber though. Trying to have a little bit of upbeat as this and meal is happening and everything like that.
Okay. All right. You notice in this tavern at the moment, in all honesty, are not really a whole lot of locals. This tavern is packed with those who have come here for wet work, or the occasional group of miners who's already well into their cups. Your song starts off respectful and not quite somber, but respectful, until eventually somebody pipes up and they're just like, "You're bringing down the mode!" And you know what?
She's like,
"You're quite the proficient bard. You're able to turn around and you start playing something a little more jauntier." And then the crowd starts, bobbing and going a little more wild. You see tankards, being clashed together, and you see drinks being sloshed around. It's definitely brightened the mood, and it's definitely brought away some of the questions as to what the fuck everyone's eating right now.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of don't worry about it. Spiced with a little bit of nunya.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
And Asheron will start talking to anyone that will listen that's at his table. Do you mind if I do just a slight bit of world building? Because I think this is really funny.
Go for it.
So in Kelpsa, so you see he's like cracking open a Greebly tale. He's like, so in Kelpsa, lobster used to be prison food, right? Like they used to, prisoners would eat it. And basically goes into the detailed history of how lobster was faked into being noble food, and how it suddenly got served all over Locksith Academy because it just got overcrowded with lobster, and how everyone doesn't realize that it's actually just they're eating bugs, but it's really everyone thinks it tastes really good now because it's like high society food, but secretly, I know the truth. I know what's really going on. as he's eating a bug, just crunching into it.
Big old booger. We have sea bugs and we have our tasty rock bugs.
I'll also say while this is going on, Damien had gone upstairs and retrieved the shards of glass from the broken window, and he has begun, like the table he's sitting down, he has begun mending the pieces back together until it
At the table.
forms
Everyone's
at
eating
the
and he's
table.
sitting there with his fucking world's worst jigsaw puzzle.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
Look.
he seems pleased with his work.
Pin just kind of like leans over as you're casting mending on all these like shards of glass. Do you want help with that?
I appreciate the offer, but this is something that I should take care of. The window was broken because of me, so I see it as my responsibility to fix it.
Look, I'm not gonna eat whatever the fuck they're all eating. And I just really want something to occupy my time with. It could go faster if I'm helping.
If you would like to, you're more than welcome to.
All right. They shift their seat a little closer to yours, and they start helping you.
And then it's basically like just the two of them. It's just like, hold on, wait, this piece goes here. Wait, no, and reaching over. No, your piece over here goes this one. This one goes with that one. Wait, you know what? Let's just start at the corners.
I think this one's a corner piece, but I can't quite tell. You know.
There are no edge pieces. What are we supposed to do?
Basically, yeah. The world's worst jigsaw puzzle, and this one stabs you back, okay? Like, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, Jonas is going to lean over to Ashram and go, you know the mountain just fixes itself?
Just subtly drops that bomb on the person who's always going to ask more questions. Like, that's not going to start. It's not like a nuclear bomb on the
You just hear
conversation.
the bump of a book open to a page, and Inkwell hits the table. Yes, go on.
Tell me more.
So, I was talking to Douglas, he's one of the newer miners, and basically he explained it as, so the Sovereign of Devcast picks out where they're allowed to where they are told to mine and when. And so what will happen is they'll go and they'll mine out that bit for a while, and then the Sovereign will say, okay, you go over here now. And so they will, and it'll go on rotations, and eventually they'll come back to where they mined originally, and it's just fully repaired itself. The mountain has just moved and built back the rock and healed, potentially with whatever precious minerals they're going for inside.
Are you saying that the mountain is alive?
I do not know. I know it mends.
The world's biggest mimic.
You guys just eating its tapeworms right now? Like,
I was gonna talk about how I knew a wizard who thought that lobsters were arcanically modified scorpion mermaids, but this is like way more interesting. Are you telling me that the mountain is alive? Because it sounds like you're telling me the mountain's alive.
I'm saying that's a possibility.
And so is the iron its blood?
I don't have the full information. We'd need to talk to someone more senior. We weren't briefed on this.
Yeah.
So some higher up at the Miners Guild might have some information on that. Whether or not they're allowed to divulge it to you is a completely different question.
Oko, has Ashram ever heard of anything like this before? Of like living mountains?
okay. You want to know of living mountains. Roll me a nature check.
Oh no, that's not what I was hoping for.
I don't like that one. That one's wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay,
don't like that.
roll. Actually, no, it's probably going to be the same for you. Yeah, so just roll me a nature check, because you're trying to
If I
find
do
living
it-
mountains specifically.
If I do a backflip while I'm thinking about it, can I roll acrobatics instead?
No.
Oh wait, nature. Okay.
Oh, actually, no, my nature's alright. It's not as bad as it could
You both can roll nature if you wish.
be. I mean, that's a
All
lot.
right, bet.
Better than Cece. Cece probably would have had to make a wisdom save. You're like, you're telling me what now about the mountain?
Roll to disbelieve.
Yeah. Roll will make a song about that, nerd.
Nerd!
So that's an 11. What anything out of that?
Ugh. You know what? I'll say both of your proximities to Kelpsa, you guys are aware that there are sometimes creatures large enough in the ocean that can have islands on their back. That are essentially living / moving islands. That's the closest thing that comes to your guys' mind, but that doesn't really particularly fit what you guys have been presented with, details-wise.
Do you think it could be some kind of creature that is hibernating? Did we maybe talk to someone about stopping this from happening? Like,
that would indicate that the mountain itself is some kind of catapace.
that they're digging into.
It wouldn't cause it any inherent harm.
But it could wake it up, is what my worry is.
I mean, how long have they been doing this?
It might be a very sleepy creature. Like, that's the worry, right?
Well, it might be very sleepy for very much longer.
I mean, that's fair.
I am somewhat out of my depth here.
I'm just really worried. I'm really worried that eventually they could potentially wake this thing up and the devastation would be... I mean, I guess I'm just going off theory at this point. It might not be alive. It might just be a weird geological phenomenon. Do you know of any other mines that do this?
I have no knowledge, but we know for a fact that this is endorsed and funded by the sovereign themselves. So,
okay, I'm going to say something. This is Delilah speaking. I'm going to say something that is so counterintuitive to my own like belief structure as a human being. Ashram looks you dead in the eyes and says, "Well, they would know best." I suppose it's fine. And I know I'm gonna hate that when me saying that. But...
Cece, if you wanted to take a break between performances...
Not going to respond to that?
I see Frank is chatting.
Sorry, our dog got surgery recently, so we were making sure I was up to date on like the meds that we're gonna give him tonight.
That's completely fair. I was gonna say, if you wanted, you could take a break between performances, and if you wanted maybe even to pop in on this conversation, it's entirely up to you.
CC, if I heard anything, literally CC's gonna just kind of stop after the break things. Is like, if the mountain woke up, would we still get paid? Does anybody know that? And then if nobody has an answer, he's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna go talk to Gertrude to make sure we're still okay for me to continue.
I mean,
and then,
CC, if the mountain walk, we have a contract. Once the contract is completed, we get paid. If the mountain leaves, that's the end of our contract.
But we didn't finish the contract because we were told to get rid of the creatures there. We don't know if they're all gone. The mountain's just
we weren't
gone.
told to remove the creatures. We were told, to protect the miners. If there is no mountain, the miners are in no danger.
I'm gonna go talk to Gertrude to see if there is a clause that says if the mountain gets up and leaves, do we get paid or like what's going on?
I need to know something right now before you go and ask that to Gertrude. How much has Ashram drank this evening?
Ashram's probably about 3 or 4 cups into his mead.
Okay.
I was like, did he drink the one that he gave to Cece that Cece gave back to?
Yeah. I think he just if Cece pushed it on the table, he just shrugs and drinks it.
Okay.
So he's probably about 4 cups in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So you both approach the bar. Can I get anything else for you? Did you want more soup? Did you want another tail?
Gertrude, I had a bit of a question. If I could get some clarification on our contracts.
All right, it might be better to talk to Geese about that.
Okay.
Is Geese in the tavern?
Geese is definitely in the tavern. He is mowing down on a gribbly right now.
We look over. It's the only gribbly not cooked.
Yes.
He's got a whole raw gribbly.
He's just carved himself a niche to kind of like lay in and eat on.
He definitely looks a little more pot-bellied than he did before. His lithe kobold form is looking rather
Roundy
squishy in the
boy.
center. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk over to him and say, hi, Geese, if I could get a bit of a contract clarification.
He pulls up from where he was munching on, and you see like this long, stringy like bit of the white meat from inside the gribbly there, and he just goes and just like slurps it back. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So would our contract be void if something unforeseen were to happen to the mountain? For instance, if it were to, I don't know, shut down or walk away.
Mountain doesn't shut down. Why would mountain walk?
Okay. But
I love Geese so much.
but
It's so good.
I think I do the praying hands and put him in front of my face and then point at him. But just in case it were to happen, would we still get paid?
Nah. Mountain's been here for over 600 years. Mountain doesn't walk. Mountains don't walk.
Okay.
I swear, if we wake up tomorrow and the mountain's not there, I'm gonna be a little upset because I'm like, Geese, you jinxed it.
Geese, the fact that you lowballed the number of years the mountain has been here to 600 makes me slightly concerned.
No. Geese, look, Devcast has been on mountain for over 600 years.
Okay. And just to be clear, it didn't move. It wasn't somewhere else before then, right?
Does Geese
was
look like a
found here.
600-year-old kobold?
You can see.
Scales need more moisturizer. Geese is looking dry.
Joe's cheeks are a little flush as he realizes he's probably a little tipsy. Yes, I just want to make it clear that if something were to happen to the mountain, we would get paid, correct?
He just kind of like leans forward closer to you. Eyes, like the yellowed eyes, kind of narrowing. Does Wizard plan to do something to the mountain?
Absolutely not, because I, again, want to get paid.
Okay. Mountain's fine. Mountain doesn't walk. Silly questions.
I really
Jonas
don't like
is
that you're not answering this
uncharacteristically-
question. Alright, I'll leave
This
it
is
at
why-
that.
Is why Geese makes the contracts. They're great contracts. What can he say? It's great contracts for him, at least.
Yeah. I go back to Jonas and I go, it's very concerning that he wouldn't give me an answer.
Jonas is like uncharacteristically stone sober right now, and he is pissing himself laughing.
I just feel like I think he just stumbles into a table a little bit. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I do think it is a little strange that he would not give us an answer, and I am slightly concerned he does plan to not pay us if the mountain moves.
If I'm being honest, I don't think he took you particularly seriously.
As I see Ashram like bumping into the table if I see him before he sits down, if I see a singular thing of meat sitting around that is on Ashram's side, I just mage hand and kind of just like it just casually goes to wherever the old like dishes are basically that we take away. It's like, oh, okay, he's done for the night. We're just gonna
Just unseen serving. We're gonna pick that up and put it somewhere else.
I think you say that you don't think he took him seriously, and Ashram stands there for a few moments. Again, hands still in praying in front of his face, and he looks down at his hands, and he looks back up, and he goes, "That's nonsense. I'm
Serious.
I believe I was very clear and very serious about my proposition.
Of course, but
For him to not take me seriously would be, frankly, ludicrous at this juncture."
as the S's in serious begin to slur just a little bit.
Just a little, like
I'm
Ashram.
a very
Ashram.
serious
Darling.
person.
darling, please,
very
just
serious.
look around you for a moment. Is any of this situation, outside of the massive loss of life, remotely serious? We are eating bugs that we brutally murdered with all sorts of hideous magic that we brought
There's not
back
one
out,
there.
threw in a.
Okay, I think you're okay. So I get where you're coming from. I do believe that your statement about hideous magic is a bit of a misnomer. You see, magic is simply, and he just goes into a tirade of a very like
Darling.
explanation that like you
Nice
feel that
nat
Ashton-
20 on that performance.
That is nice.
I was like, Cece's gonna start just going back to the performance as they're gonna start arguing. He's like, Gertrude, I'm just gonna go back for the second part, okay now? Okay, great.
Jonas is
Okay.
just gonna give him like a 2-finger salute, like, please, just anything.
Ashram's explanation of magic is he believes magic is very clinical and very scientific and has no room for hogwash or superstition or sorcery, basically.
I am out here serving some dark being I don't even know, and you want to tell me this is science?
I'm sure whatever is going on with your magics can be scientifically explained.
Wait, did you call? So wait, was the whole thing you called the magic ugly, basically?
No,
He called
said,
it hideous.
Hideous
Hideous.
magics, yeah.
Got it.
Also, as Jonas is like
meanwhile,
lashing out
Cece's,
slightly,
like-
the entire room
Yeah.
is just like noticeably a lot colder.
Ashram believes in magic with one C, not magics with a CKS at the end. It's a very clear distinction.
Oh, I see.
Magic's with just a K is still up for debate.
That's up for debate. Yeah.
Okay, I'll say during this whole time, Damien and Pin probably have gotten the window, down here at least, back together. They're still gonna have to bring it upstairs and fit it back into where it's supposed to go. World's worst jigsaw puzzle is actually back together.
Thank God. Okay. With that, he just kind of like sits up straight, stretches his back, pops a couple times because how much he was punched over in concentration.
Yeah.
And he just looks over to Pim and he says, "Thank you very much for your assistance. It is much appreciated."
It's nice to start something and actually see it through to completion. Definitely took my mind off things. Where does this go now?
Well, it goes up to my room, but I can just pop up there real quick and have that finished up in a moment. That's the easiest part of all of this.
Would you rather be alone?
I mean, you can follow if you like. I don't have anything interesting in my room.
It's
But
getting
if you want to,
loud down here. Yeah, I'll take a moment of quiet upstairs then. I'll help you put it back.
that is fine by me. And he gently wraps the pain in a cloth and stands up and starts moseying upstairs.
God, the fucking memes in OOC are
Oh,
on
that's a good
fire
meme.
today. I need to make sure you post that in the Inkstain fan
I
tab
got
as well.
Got it. Don't even worry.
Jonas, all I'm saying is that there are certain extra magical creatures that have the ability to alter our arcano-biological structure in such a way as to provide us with magical power. It's science. It is wisdom.
It's
but it
hideous
is-
science. Not all science is pretty. You should have been there when Damien was cutting that stupid worm open. It's still
not-
science.
It can be explained and extrapolated and quantified. It is possible.
Any comment from Damien as he was directly mentioned?
He just looks over and he says, I mean, in my defense, just to kind of give my 2 copper on this particular conversation, you can argue the order or the balance of the universe, specifically in regards to the arcane between order and entropy, but the truth is, it's both. Then, without elaborating, he walks upstairs.
Alright, Pin follows behind.
Jonas is going back to Douglas's table.
Going back over here, where I'm not being yelled at about magic.
Stinky, stinky wizard.
Dang.
Dang.
Dang. Alright, well.
There is another.
I had to write out that entire thing so I could say it properly.
All right.
We respect the commitment to the name.
Yes, yes, yes. I love it so much. I love this roleplay.
Uh,
So, Damien and Pin upstairs. Nemphra is not in the room at the moment. In fact, you haven't seen her come into the tavern yet tonight. But you and Pin are able to put the window back and cast mending. It takes a little bit, and basically alternating like who's holding the window and who's casting mending. Pin has to stand on the nightstand essentially to be able to reach the upper portions of the window.
Yes, yes. No, as they're kind of like working on getting it set up, he just kind of starts mumbling to himself and goes, I don't quite understand what would. I mean, I would have accepted a strongly worded letter, a petition, a sign, a book.
How did your window break?
He, with one hand, he's holding the window in place. With his other, he reaches into his pocket and retrieves the rock that he's had on his person the entire day. And he lifts it up for him to see and says, somebody chucked a rock through my window.
So, like,
I will return shortly.
was it an accident or something? Were some kids playing, like, skip rock?
I mean, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, so I will say that there is probably procedures if it's random happenstance, in which case there's not much for me to be upset about there, but my mentor believes that it was a conscious act of aggression. In which case, I am mildly upset about, but I can't really say I blame them. And I hope in my time here I can convince them that throwing projectile rocks through windows is not the best way to voice one's opinion. And he very gently puts the rock back into his pocket.
But is that really your job? To convince people that what you do is okay?
It's not particularly my job, and I'm not saying that I'm trying to enforce my beliefs onto anyone else, but as a Death Shepherd, it is my responsibility here to be a representative. And as such, I want to do my very best to bridge the gap between, well, my people and the rest of the world. I mean, again, though they threw a rock through my window, I can't really blame them. I'm objectively speaking, anyone who handles the dead, reasonably, I would be, without the background I have, probably scared of them. I don't blame them for their reaction. I simply just hope that over time I can convince them to potentially be more open-minded about it, at least.
We'll see. Maybe if you, prevent more tragedies. At least you're not in Emerillia.
Why is that?
How can you be a necromancer and not know about Emerillia?
I admittedly have spent a lot of time either researching my own field of magic or, handling the flock.
I see.
My main goal for leaving Vermont and coming here was to learn more about the world.
Well, Emerillia's, super against necromancy. It's banned, it's illegal. The tampering with a body after it's passed away, or the tampering with a spirit is, it's an illegal offense. They can literally throw you behind bars for resurrecting a loved one.
Oh my. Well, just means that I'll have to think of a good strategy for helping them to reevaluate where they stand on the matter.
Let's just hope you don't ever have to go there.
Is this upstairs or is this in the area?
It's upstairs.
Upstairs.
Oh, CC wouldn't hear it. Okay, good. We just want to make sure CC. We just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Am I about to re-experience trauma?
Oh my.
Trauma? No, you're not the one experiencing trauma at the moment. Wait, Bubba, what the fuck are you doing awake? Sorry. One of my mods in
We're
chat.
good.
He's not supposed to be awake at this hour.
Huh? Somebody's skipping out on their Z's trying to mid-mouth their tiredness. But yeah, he just kind of looks at him plainly and he says, I am not ignorant to the stance of how most of the world views my chosen profession, but I do think that at its heart, ignorance is the source of their hatred. I genuinely believe if they were given a proper chance to understand what it is we do. I mean, again, it's not as if we are resurrecting the dead, we are animating a body. That is two very different things. And I feel if people were given the opportunity to understand that, they wouldn't be so against it. I mean, if you ever had the opportunity to go to Vermont and see what life is like there for the average person, I truly believe that the world itself could benefit from, I suppose a term to place it here is ethical necromancy. That is...
Have you thought about, like, what will happen? Are your parents alive?
Yes.
Have you thought about what will happen when they pass away?
They will most likely be embalmed and brought a part of the flock. They have seemed quite supportive of my chosen career.
And that won't bother you at all?
Well, I mean, no. I'd actually prefer to be the one to handle them once they're gone. It will be sad, yes, but once they're, well, to just say blatantly dead, they aren't inside of that vessel anymore. It's empty, vacant. I mean, how to put it? Would you feel disgusted with yourself with renovating a house?
Sorry, but I didn't hear the last bit. Renovating a what? Oh, renovating a house?
Renovating a house, yes.
I...
It's no longer being used, and if it is renovated, it will directly benefit everyone else in the neighborhood.
I don't know if it's fair to compare people's loved ones to a house.
Not exactly, but how to put it?
I understand what you were trying to say with that metaphor, and my worldview is small. Maybe we can discuss more about it. Maybe I'll be able to change. I just don't know how I'd feel about seeing my parents like that.
Yes, I understand, again, that my particular viewpoint on the issue is incredibly skewed and biased by my personal upbringing. It is part of the reason why I was so excited to leave was I would be able to broaden my horizons, truly see things from other people's perspectives. I mean, while I don't necessarily believe that what I do is wrong, I'd be more than willing to see it from other people's perspective and understand what potentially I could do to make it less disturbing for other people, I guess.
I don't think you can take the disturbing out of the undead.
I
People don't really like being faced with their own mortality.
I can't really say I could dispute that. That is quite the conundrum that we shepherds have to deal with on a daily basis. So I say that you've hit the nail on the head there. But I can try, and that's the important part. I mean, I can't say that my efforts will bear any fruit, but it's the principle of it, you know?
Yeah, maybe. And maybe we can start with getting to the bottom of this rock.
Uh,
Do you want to
he
pursue whomever threw it through your window?
Oh, not at all. I was just keeping it as a keepsake. Something to remember my time nearby.
Weird souvenir.
Yes, but it bears significance. It, for me at least, is a reminder to see outside myself, to understand that my perception of the world is not the only perception that exists, and it would benefit me to take time to consider the perceptions of other people. More so than I already do, of course. I mean, I don't really think that the person who threw it is inherently evil or wrong for doing so. I just think that they're confused, maybe a little bit scared. And as I go out into the world, I should take that into consideration.
That's fair. It's probably a good way of thinking about it.
I, I try to. Uh, and as I say, as he says that, he probably clicks in the last portion missing there and finishes repairing the window. And he gestures to it. The most we can do is to not worry about the things that are intangible that we can't affect and focus on making a difference onto the things that we can affect. And he gestures to the mirror. Like repairing a broken mirror. I can't make the person unthrow the rock, but I can make it as if the rock was never thrown.
Will you be staying here tonight, or will you be going to Ashram's friend's estate? I mean, they already know what tavern room you're sleeping in. What if they throw another rock?
Yes. Then I will fix the window again.
Alright. Maybe we should go
The
back
only
downstairs
way-
then.
Of course. I was planning on doing that. I am hungry myself. I got caught up in the work today and didn't think to eat. And the stew, and the worm didn't actually smell that bad.
It looked interesting.
I think I'd like to go on a little bit of a gastronomical adventure. Uh, and he, after finished tidying things up in his room, he says, I want to thank you again, Pim. I know you did have to help, but your assistance is appreciated.
They jump down from the nightstand and just basically pat their dress off. Well, it was a nice distraction, and well, I didn't really do anything during the worm fight. Let me feel at least a little bit useful.
Of course. I'm sure that many more opportunities shall present themselves, but my point being is if you ever need any assistance, please don't be afraid to call upon me. It is my pleasure to be of assistance in any way I can.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Of course. Now, let us head back down. I am sure that well, needless to say, I'm a little bit concerned of how things have developed without our presence there.
Alright, so you both head back down. Ashram,
Yes.
how many tankards are you in?
I don't think I've had any since then, but I do think I'm sitting there grumbling and writing about how like just a notation at the back of my book about how magic and magics are is the realm of what did I say? Hang on, I actually literally have this written down. Magics, also called magic or magic. Both of those are spelled different ways. These terms are the purview of flights of fancy and fairy tales, as opposed to magic, which is quantifiable and measurable.
Meanwhile, Jonas is already off at like Douglas's table, so you're basically rambling off to like CC whenever he comes back from his performances. By the
Rumbling
way,
as I'm writing.
CC writing or doing a nat 20 on that performance check. The tavern is so fucking happy. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Oh,
That's awesome.
7.
7? Alright. You get 7 gold pieces.
Oh, snap!
Nice.
That's some gold.
Oh my god, these fucking memes.
That was very good.
Fuck! That one also needs to go into the extinct tab! These fucking memes.
That is so good. Oh my god, I love it.
For those who don't know what's going on, hi, by the way, if you join my Discord, we actually do have an Emerly Murders and an Ink-Stained fan tab, so you can, like, definitely go see these fucking banger memes that are being posted.
I'm on top of it tonight.
Fuck, that was good. That one's my favorite so far tonight.
Listen, Jonas, they drew me as the buff Shiva and you as the sad Shiva. That makes me
I wonder.
morally correct.
I wonder why he's sad.
I think you muted their Hex.
I don't disagree with this. Jonas disagrees, I do not.
Also, sorry, buddy. I'm trying to DMPC Pin. I probably roleplayed them way more than I probably should have, but basically Pin's just monotone, blunt, and unsympathetic.
Oh,
The
no,
voice
we're-
you have for Pin is really good.
Totally.
though.
Yeah, I like it.
Hell yeah! Trying to mimic Mio's fantastic voice acting for them.
Mio's fantastic lack of any emotion.
Yeah. Love to see it.
Man.
It's hard to do no emotion well.
Pin scares me because I'm like, at any point, they're like being really nice, but at any point, they could easily stab me, and I feel like they'd be like, you deserve this. And I'm like, you know what? You are correct.
Alright. Anything else going on in this evening? And also, where are people going to nap? Going to slip? It does start to die closer to midnight, as people do probably expect to wake up earlier in the morning to go back into the mines.
I guess
See-
I'm heading back to Emmerich's once it starts to get slowed down.
Seeing people leave at midnight, Cece's like, oh, thank goodness it's not like DevCast where I would have to play until I literally see everyone asleep at the bar still.
No more 5 a.m. gigs, you know?
No more 5 a.m. gigs. Blessed be.
So I'm gonna do something potentially really stupid.
Okay.
Jonas is not going to be sleeping tonight.
You
He's
said that you
going
didn't
to-
sleep yesterday, either.
Oh.
Well, no, he doesn't need to sleep,
Oh.
Oh.
but he needs to rest. But Jonas will not be returning to his room tonight. He's going to take his book, his schizophrenia demon, and his crossbow, and he's going to go investigate the mine, because Jonas is really confused as to if this mine repairs itself, this mountain repairs itself, why is it repairing itself from the outside in? Because the mine should have been filled before the external wall. So Jonas doesn't really know what he expects to find, but he's going to spend most of the night wandering around in the dark in the cave.
As one
Alright.
does.
And is it like a like a patron feature that you don't need to sleep?
I believe so, yeah. It's...
Well,
yeah, I have Aspect of the Moon.
Aquila! Thank you so much for the raid! Sorry, folks. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Okomie. You can call me Oko for short. I'm an English VTuber and a casual elven e-girl. I'm also a dungeon master every Saturday. We do 2 separate campaigns that are run in the same world at the same time. And this here is episode 3 of Ink-Stained. You missed quite the fucking magical debate. The memes are on fire tonight and are all in the Discord, so but yes, welcome on in. I don't know if I have any mods here at the moment, but can we get a shout out for Aquila? Alright, so Jonas is taking his schizophrenia demon and going back into the mines at night. Unfucking advisable, but you know what? Ash
He's got one spell slot.
and Cece, what are you both doing?
This is very important. Do I see Jonas leaving?
Ooh. Is Jonas doing it particularly covert?
He's not sneaking, but he was leaving around the same time most of the patrons were.
Okay. You probably would have noticed Jonas leaving then, especially considering you guys have had very interesting topics of discussion tonight. And Ash is probably the type to do the... And one more thing! So you've probably kept an eye on where Jonas
He also
is.
doesn't particularly blend in.
Gods no.
Well,
Gods
the
no.
the question is, I see him leaving. Do I know that he's heading towards the mine?
Oh, no you don't.
You don't
I don't
know.
think he told anyone.
You wouldn't know where I'm going, but you would know that it's not to bed because Jonas has made it abundantly clear that he will not be sleeping anywhere other than the tavern.
I think I'm gonna run up to Jonas, not to like follow him, but just specifically to be like, listen, I apologize if it got a bit heated in there. I didn't want you to think that I don't believe what you have going on. I just believe in a lot of ways there are scientific answers to how magic works.
Yeah.
And, you know, you seem like you seem a bit saddened by yours, and I want
I'm
to maybe help you.
new to this.
Yeah,
That's all.
that's understandable. Getting magic from ways that aren't research and study can be very volatile. And if you need help with anything, I'd be more than happy to assist you. Also, where are you going, if you don't mind me asking?
Geese wasn't particularly helpful. I thought I'd get some answers of my own.
You're going to the mines
I'm going to the mines.
at midnight. Alone.
Yes? Yes.
Well, you're going to the mines at midnight. You're not going alone. I'll come.
Okay.
At the very least, I can watch your back.
I could use someone more experienced with, I hate to say the supernatural, but
There's no such thing as a
magical.
supernatural, but the extra magical I can definitely help with.
That'll do.
Um,
Alright. Come along.
Before he leaves,
You-
with the extra money that Cece's gotten, before he leaves, he's going to look over to Ashram real quick and say, also Ashram, about that crystal, would I be able to get that, I guess, at the end of the week? Or, I understand if you don't want to give it to me because you said it was important, but I just want to ask about that because that was discussed.
I was under the impression this was a one-day situation. However, you did great work, and you definitely didn't let me die, which is really nice of you. So I'll pull the crystal out and hand it to him.
Ashram hands you a small, almost pillar-like crystal that is translucent and pink, and as it hits your skin, even through your glove, you feel this warm pulse of energy.
Just hang on to it. I wouldn't use it right away in case we need it going forward.
Aye, Captain. And then Cece, like, as he holds it, he's like, I don't like that, and just puts it, like, in his pack. Like, the feeling of feeling something through the glove, that's, like, actually, he's like,
Yeah.
It's the
That
ick.
touch.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna be like, well, he's gonna look over to Gertrude. He's like, is there anything else you'd like me to do, or am I free for the evening?
No, I think you did a mighty fine job. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. And then Cece's going to, actually, Cece, before he leaves, because there's that band, and it's like, do you have any idea where, like, we could get this cleaned up to see, like, who it belongs to? Because it seems old. But I'm very curious as to what it is, whose it is, or why it was there.
There's an oldish gnome, or an older gnomish gentleman, better wording there, who goes by the name of Briar. He works with metal. He does tinkery, and he does some jewelry craft as well. He might be the one who's able to fix that up for you. If there's any salvageable metals.
Is he in this town as well?
Yes.
Okay. Where would he?
Describes fantasy stuff.
Describes fantasy before in this room. Like, just so Cece knows, in general the direction he's got to go tomorrow,
Yeah, yeah.
probably.
Gertrude essentially tells you to go to a shop called Timeless Tinkery. But not right now because the shop is very likely closed.
I was like, it's probably past midnight. I was like, there's no way he's open. I was just like, okay, so that's tomorrow. Tomorrow,
Too late
probably
for
get your
Tinkery.
CC. And then he's gonna be like, well, and then with that though, he's gonna kind of head off to the place that Cece's friend offered because they said we could stay there. He's like,
You mean Ashram? Ashram's friend?
Yeah, Ashram's friend. I don't know what. Yeah.
All right. So as you're heading out, you see Ashram and Jonas having this conversation. We'll say, yeah, Pin followed you out too. All your friends are leaving, Damien.
As I see them have this Cece's going to assume the conversation is just a continuation of the, it's not magic, it's magic. There's a difference. I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I'm just gonna go to bed.
It's not magic, it's magic. You fuck.
I think, well, Ashram, of course, always has his book with him. He flips it open to a page that he just has Jonas written at the top. And he just, as we're walking, he just casually starts talking about, like, so, when did your powers emerge?
When did you get this infliction?
Well, that's certainly
yeah,
one
it's
way of putting
almost
it.
a little doctory.
Well, when did it start, or when did it manifest?
Well, let me ask you this: was it a particular entity or creature that provided you with these powers?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and how did you interact with this entity? Was it a conversation? Was it social? Was it sexual? Was it combative?
It sank my ship.
All right, so it was combative. Then I didn't mean to make you laugh that hard.
Was it sexual? Excuse you?
So, all right, so he just writes
That thing
under-
does not even have a physical body. It is basically it's not even in this reality.
So under Jonas, he writes entity combative.
Some beings like to get a little freaky, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, warlocks are high charisma. You can have a bardic-based warlock. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And
I
was
have
this
a
a
vicious
pact?
mockery.
Also,
Was this
I literally have a warlock who gets her powers from her husband. So, like...
That's fair. Yeah. Was this a magical pact or affliction?
Basically, if
Yeah.
we're putting
It
it out
was-
there, it stole
was a-
my boyfriend and told me that if I wanted to get him back, I had to serve it for the rest of my life. I'm really not particularly planning on talking about it tonight.
Okay, that's understandable.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, that's understandable. And then they walk in silence for like 2 minutes.
Jonas is not going to say another word until they get into the cave.
Yeah, I think there's silence for like 2 minutes. It's like, so they took your boyfriend? I don't know if it was to another realm or
Meanwhile,
to another.
you guys just, like,
existence.
hear behind you, just like, man, that is awkward.
Oh, is Ben with us?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Ben.
Jonas did not even hear it.
These fucking beings.
Frank.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I
So
haven't
good.
seen it yet. I'm scared.
I'm gonna need a minute.
What was that, buddy?
I'll be right back.
I was just saying, like, dude is like Quick Draw McGraw. Like, he just has these on fucking standby. Like,
Yeah.
goddamn.
Frank, you know where that meme needs to go.
I haven't seen it yet. There you go. It's really good. Oh god.
Fuck. I'm so sad Mio
sorry,
isn't
I'm
here.
sorry.
Mio's normally really good about posting an OOC as well. Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's really good.
Back to game. Oh wait, no, Jonas is gone. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that'll probably be the last one. I can't promise that though, but probably.
Just to confirm, is CC also with Ashram, Jonas, and Pen?
So CC's under the assumption that that is the conversation that's continuing from the last time where he stepped in and he's like, I really don't want to go near that with any fiber of my being, and he's also completely winded. He has he didn't take a short rest. He has nothing on him besides a rapier and his little loot that he's like, I need to rest. My fingers are from playing all night long.
That's right. You did go fucking hard in that nat 20 there.
Had a whole guitar solo.
Dragon Force going on.
Played just Symphony of the Bees or whatever it's called, just fully on.
Flight of the Bumblebee?
Yeah. Flight of the Bumblebee, just on the harp. It's like, yeah, it's time.
So does your entity
waiting for him to hold the
manifest
mountain king.
visually, auditorially, illusion? Is it an illusion?
I have not experienced it long enough, but it definitely started as sort of hallucinations almost.
Frequent hallucination.
God damn it. Are you not tired?
I'm exhausted, but I'm not letting you go do this by yourself. Someone should go with you. And I was the one who came over to talk to you, so I feel obligated.
I'm here too.
Pin is also obligated.
Oh, hi, I didn't notice you there.
Yeah, you guys have been rather engrossed in your conversation. I'm surprised you didn't hear Stein as well.
Oh, yeah, we gotta get a Robert Stein stomp up, right?
Probably.
Hello, Stein.
Stein just gives a wave with his one good arm and some affirmative boops. Alright, I'm gonna cut over to CC, making his way out of the town, doing about I think it was like a 20-minute walk, sort of uphill to a wooded area before eventually getting to the very run-down estate that's on the outskirts of Einsborough. You do see some lights in the windows. Presumably Emmet is, or Emmerich. Is it Emmerich or Emmet? It's Emmerich. Emmerich is inside, probably waiting for you all.
CC's going to just open the door, try to be quiet because he's assuming that potentially Emmerich's actually asleep at this point in time.
Okay.
And try to kind of quietly open the door and close it behind him. He's just like,
you see Emmerich come out of the actually I'll move this back over to, because I worked hard on this. The manor. The front door is oopsie
not an experience.
I've got the wrong
here
thingy.
to
The front
try and
door
conquer.
is over here. These all are not here at the moment. You see Emmerich kind of come out from over this way here. And you see him with a dark brown bottle in hand and an old tankard in another hand. Hey, where's everybody else?
Well, last I saw they were talking. I didn't stay very long because beforehand in the tavern, they were having a very passionate conversation about magic.
Oh no, you didn't. You got Ash going, didn't you?
It wasn't me. I was busy doing my job. My other job.
Oh,
But, yeah.
that man will
Someone-
We are
literally
very serious people.
talk for hours. Connie, was it?
My name, Coinoc. You can just call me Cece. Trust me.
Sorry,
it's much
Emmerich.
easier.
Literally just met you earlier today. Emmerich. I feel like I should go collect Ash. Has he been drinking?
Yes. I pulled away a tankard that was still on the table when he was going to talk to Geese. Did I hear the conversation? Was I, because it was very loud? But was I, because we were in the tavern? Would I would have been able to actually hear the conversation at all if he had Geese? Because we were both kind of on the bar.
Yeah.
Front.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I would have like, yeah, I took away the last tankard I saw that was on his table when he went to go talk to Geese about the mountain moving. And asking, would we still get paid if the mountain suddenly disappeared for no reason? I decided it might be a little bit of a good idea to potentially stop the drinks.
It's stupid when you say it like that.
Is he gonna teleport the? Oh no. Okay.
I don't
I
think
need to
so.
go. I need to go collect him.
Okay.
Dee's just dying in the background.
I am dying. This is the best conversation.
So good.
Is CC just gonna be left alone in this house?
Do you like? Where is he down at the tavern?
Yeah, last I saw, he was just outside the tavern with Pinstein and Jonas.
All right. I mean, you can stay here if you want. And he gestures to under the stairwell here. There's a moderately stocked bar there. Help yourself. There's
Oh no.
some food in the kitchen. Yeah. I'll be back.
Hello.
As once he leaves, and I hear him like walk away, Cece's like, "Well, I don't drink, so that's not helpful." And then he like said something about a kitchen, but nothing else. Cece's just gonna kind of start just opening doors, be like, "Where do I?" Kind of just exploring because he's curious. Like the little part of him that's alone, he's just like, should we just look around? We're not gonna take anything. We just want to look. the old like adolescent Cece kind of whispers like, "Do it."
Do it. Well, if you're going around opening doors, this is an archway that leads downwards into a living space of the hearth. Pardon me. This is an archway that leads into the bar. Over here and over here are two archways that lead into the kitchen. This is just a dining area over here. This is a breakfast nook over here. And this door here, leading to presumably a study, is a glass-paned French door that is locked.
Oh, is the old? I was about to say, I was like, can I just double check to see if it's locked? I was like, see, but guessing that you said that, yeah, that's 100%
Oh my
locked.
god.
Guys, it's curiosity for this fucking study.
I just want to know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to ask if you meant to have it on stream or not.
Can I?
Not particularly, because you guys like aren't in combat at the moment, but I figure
Oh, wait, do I have a set of them? Actually, that's the question.
Hey, look, we can see our little ghosties.
You know what? Adolescent, nobody's here to stop him. Cece's kind of really tired, and the brain's kind of just going into autopilot, back to old adolescent Cece. Now he's alone. He's like, I'm not gonna take anything. I just want to look.
Ooh,
And,
okay.
Can I? I'm gonna do like a general investigation check, I guess, to see if I can find some makeshift tools to see if I can unlock this. Because I do have proficiency in thieves tools. I just don't have a set of thieves tools.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me a investigation.
That is a.
Hmm.
Huh? That doesn't seem right. Oh no, it is right. Yeah, 10. Because I. Yeah. Wait, what?
Did you just roll really poorly?
I'm just very confused because on my screen it shows an 11 and a 14. Where if it's a +1, shouldn't an investigation be a 12? I don't know why it's a 10.
It says a 10 and a 15 for us.
Yeah,
that's
okay, I know.
weird.
Yeah. Like, I can share my screen, I'm like, it says an 11 on the one dice, but I'm fine taking a 10 if need be. Like,
Yeah, that's the one that we all can see. So
I'll just take the 10.
Not that I don't trust you. It's just this is the one I can see.
We'll go with the 10.
Emmerich is currently in a state of repair in this estate. There is a plethora of tools and building materials around. You do find some metals that you believe you can possibly use as a lockpick. The key on this door is rather large, probably for like an old skeleton key. So you think it would serve.
Okay, and then I guess I'll see if I can unlock the door to just walk in because I'm just curious. I just want to know. This is the only thing that's like behind a door. Everything's open space. I'm like, I just want to know.
Yeah, roll me a dexterity or sleight of hand if it's better with proficiency because you're a rogue. Uh, but
You
do
said-
roll at disadvantage.
Okay, so you said sleight of hand. You said sleight of hand or what?
Dexterity. I don't know if you had like actual points into sleight of hand or not. Whichever's better.
You said at disadvantage.
Yeah.
That's a 7, so that's 100% not happening.
As you
Man.
start trying to work this this raw iron nail and this other piece of metal that you found into the keyhole, you're doing your best to try to worm things around, but unfortunately your heart sinks as you hear a snap. And the smaller piece of metal that you were trying to work with this iron nail, unfortunately has snapped off into the lock.
That's totally not a problem. Oh no. How can I make this hopefully not awkward? There's no way to not make this awkward. Like, I could melt candles to see if it can get in the lock and take the piece out, but that would totally just make it filled with wax. That's totally not awkward at all. Do I do something really okay. I'm gonna do something super, super stupid. No, I'm not. I was like, never mind, we aren't gonna do that. I'm gonna go upstairs.
Okay.
And just go to sleep. Or go upstairs to see, is there anything, I'm assuming there's nothing to explore, so I'm just gonna go upstairs and go to sleep, and then we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later.
Later. Now, let me see if I actually have the upstairs so I can remember what I was doing with it. That is not the right estate. Oh no, I didn't. I actually didn't build the upstairs yet. The upstairs is kind of lackluster. Again, this is in a state that is currently being rebuilt. It's not like properly lived in yet. Emmerich is here because, well, he really has nowhere else to go. He did lay out some bedding on some folding mattresses. They are not the most cushiest, dense thing that you've ever seen. These are actually rather thin. And when you go into what you presume to be the room that you all were intending to stay in tonight, there's a smell of mildew and slightly rotted wood that kind of permeates through the entire house. You do see that he did leave a window open a crack to try to eliminate some of this a little bit, but it definitely seems that downstairs is his priority at the moment, and upstairs has kind of been left to be dealt with later.
She's like, it's not the worst place I've been, but not the best. But this, I guess, will do. And he's just gonna kind of rest and ponder about, oh man, how I really hope he just can open the door, and otherwise we're gonna have to do damage control.
Gotta do some splaining. Alright. It is nearing the time we normally end anyway, so we're ending with Ashram, Jonas, and Pin heading back towards the mines. Cece curling up to sleep alone in Emmerich's estate, and Damien... Is Damien staying at the tavern, or is Damien...
Damien is making it a point to stay at the tavern in the exact same room. He does inform Gertrude that the window is repaired, and he apologizes in advance if it gets busted again, and he promises that he'll fix it.
Gertrude thanks you immensely for repairing that window, and she tries again to impress upon you, like, don't worry if it gets broken again. The Sovereign's contracts will pay for any damage done. I'm still appreciative that you took the time to repair it.
Well, I understand that. It's about the principle of it. It was broken because of me, and if...
Yes, honey, but you're not the one who broke it.
Well, yes, but I am the cause of it. I understand that my presence here makes a lot of people uncomfortable, so it's the least I can do. I can't fix their perceptions of me, but I can fix a window. And he kind of just gives a kind of a full-hearted smile, but one that is still just kind of weary because of the topic.
You see her just kind of like seeing your resolve. She just kind of gives a soft sigh and reaches out and places a hand on yours. All right, whatever you need to do. But again, it's not your responsibility. You've already done so much for me.
Oh, well, there's still yet more I have to do. Don't think I've forgotten about that hole in your wall. That will come potentially on a day in which I don't have to deal with murderous insects and surprisingly vertebrate worms. That part has disturbed me the most.
Well, if you find any more, they seem to have gone over well tonight.
Yeah, oh, of course. I wanted to mention the stew was delicious, and your preparation of these creatures was quite top notch. Have you done this before?
I used to work with fish, and once I saw that they were close to, other sea like life, I was able to work with it.
Well, you did a phenomenal job. Truly a top notch effort, worthy of some of the finest kitchens in Vermont. So thank you.
I'll take that as a high
Uh,
compliment.
yes, we do have some excellent chefs. If you ever go, I would happily show you to some of our prime locations. Truly, you will not find a culinary experience like some of the dining establishments in the Ashen City.
Um, I've actually been a little curious. I took a gander at the flock earlier today before you all went to the
Oh,
mines. I noticed some of them were rather decorated.
yes.
Why?
Uh,
Why is that?
um,
Heh.
it's, I suppose, a good way of putting it is one of our methods for honoring the deceased. We adorn them with precious gems and metals as a way to mm, signify their importance to us. Oftentimes, these jewels and metals are given to us by the families, and we, over time, work them into each member of the flock. Uh, it is only on very rare occasions that the uh, vessel is prepared in such a manner uh, directly from the beginning. Typically, it is a process that happens over the duration of that particular
There it is.
vessel's service to a flock. Um, but we
Busy
have,
Discord. I have to register
I
Destiny
will
2 into
also
the
admit,
game.
in Vermont, we have kind of a fixation on ornamentation. We like to work as much artisanship as we can into each of the things that we work on. I mean, again, if you could take a just a stroll through the city and look at any of the shops, you would see that almost everyone takes an almost painful amount of care into the level of detail that they work into their respective crafts. I would say that I am probably the odd duck in that category, as I'm not particularly one to be fond of vanity. In fact, the only reason I wear what I wear, as he kind of gestures to some of the jewelry he has about himself, is because, well, as an ambassador of Vermont, essentially, I want to show them that we're more than just a nation of people who reanimate uh, the deceased. We are also a nation of artisans, of musicians. Uh, I mean, believe it or not, the city of Vermont, on average, the streets are typically filled with music from petitioning musicians of all walks of life.
Really, it's.
I
Uh,
yes,
I hate if this sounds rather small minded of me. When one thinks of the Ashen City, they don't really think of, well, I guess, pretty streets and music.
yes, it does kind of defy the expectation, but it is, like you say, for a quote unquote city of the dead, it is quite alive. Again,
Maybe I'll save my gold. Maybe I'll be able to visit someday. It especially if I want to go see my friend again.
Of course, you will be more than welcome to. Again, if at that time I am back at the Ashen City, please do let me know. I will show you around. In fact, my family actually owns a bakery there. Some of the best bread you'll be able to try.
Bakery?
Yes, my parents are bakers.
I'm sorry, it's mighty rude of me to have preconceived notions, I guess, but that's oddly charming.
Well, thank you. I can understand why that might take you aback a bit, but it's was our family's profession before we moved there, and when we got there, that's how we established our livelihood. I wish I had the
You-
knack for it, but I'm actually a
Wait,
horrible
you-
cook.
Aren't native to Vermont, and they let you
Oh.
become a shepherd.
Well, yes,
Oh.
they're very welcoming for essentially anyone. I mean, to obtain citizenship is not a particularly difficult process.
Where did you live before?
Originally, DM, it was the city's Kelsey, yeah?
Yeah, you originally came from Kelso.
Originally, I was from Kelpsa. But needless to say, when my talents manifested themselves, my parents weren't particularly fond of me going through their educational system. So we left.
I see.
Journey was actually quite hard on us. We had to sell most of our possessions before leaving to, well, ensure that we could get there. And even that was difficult. We were actually attacked by bandits mid-transit, and we lost almost everything. We only really arrived at the city due to the graces of a shepherd who was making their way there.
So I guess Talroth's mentions of magically inclined children leaving en masse were true.
There is certainly some truth to it.
Yeah. He said
I originally...
Kelpsa was trying to cover it up because it looks bad on them and their views, I guess, on magic.
Yes. My mother unfortunately went through the process herself, and he did not wish for me to repeat that. It's actually from my mother that I learned the original portion of my tutelage. Most, of course, I have learned from my mentor, Nemphra, the other shepherd. So, my father is no magical talent, although one could say that the bread he makes is quite magical.
Alright, we'll have to put that on the bucket list then.
I
will
I'll try to
say-
get the recipe for you someday.
I will say as a DM, because I feel like I really hope I didn't worry anybody about this. Nothing's wrong with Nemphra. I just kept forgetting to bring her back in. She does return to the tavern at some point. It's just kind of hard to shoehorn her
Okay,
in
I'm
there
not
with
gonna
so
lie.
much shit going on.
I'm not gonna lie, I was half expecting you to be like, and then the day passes and I'll never return.
And then we end session on a cliffhanger, and Nemphra's nowhere to be seen. No, she is back. She expressed that she was tired from today, using as much magical energy as she did. So she went to bed early.
Okay, that is understandable. That's cool. Totally not anxiety inducing then.
Sorry.
It's
All
okay.
right. So yeah, does Damien want to do anything else after having a chat with Gertrude? Because honestly, we could keep role playing this, but it is getting close to the end of stream there. You and I love to role play, and we could probably go on forever.
It's just like that. I don't know. It like you get into that flow state, and it's not even
Yeah.
something you're doing voluntarily anymore. It's just
And I
oh,
really,
I'm
really
making a
love
story.
exploring your guys' characters. I really do enjoy it.
The Cabal.
Well,
Fucking
well, yeah, because like
nearest
I've
thing to closest
thought
thing to a
about
bolter,
a lot
or
of this
a
stuff,
heavy
but it's
bolter
just
I've
like I don't know.
used
I always feel
is
weird about
in a
just
warhammer
exponent
game.
positioning backstory to people, so I basically just sit there and wait for an opportunity.
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
I get
because
it. I get it.
I'm very much a believer of organic storytelling and not trying to like force details in.
Oh god, it's so
So
fun.
yeah, needless to say, I've got some things. But you are right, and to answer your question properly, there is nothing of importance that I really want to
Like
do.
I've leaned really hard on the scorch side of it, not the solar damage
Yeah,
side.
no,
So like
I'm
ideal.
Gucci.
I add more
Damien
scorch
just
stack, but
before he goes
scorch
to
stack to
bed,
burn for more. When I
does
kill a scorched
some
enemy, it forces a fire sprite to
not
drop
research, but
like
like note taking inside of his own grimoire, and of course does his night basically Tai Chi slash what's the other term I'm looking for? I don't know. It's basically just Tai Chi.
Okay, it's just
Which
some light exercise, keep the blood flowing, keep the body healthy.
well yeah, like the slow controlled movements to kind of help him work out. And it's just a lot of fancy stretches.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely makes sense for somebody that comes from a society that uses the bodies after the soul's done with them. Keep the body
I
healthy.
mean, yeah,
which one? Or which one?
he is
Fireball
very
related?
familiar with it, like how easy it is for your body to just go to crap if you don't do the bare minimum maintenance. And he does do that because while he's alive, he wants his body to be good, and when he's dead, he wants it to be good.
Yeah.
So
This
his
shit
body is a temple, and
absolutely
he wants to make
slaps.
sure that when he's gone, it doesn't need much renovation.
Oh, since we're ending, I'm gonna take this opportunity to respond to somebody in chat. Uses the body after the soul's done with them.
You wanna know a grimy trick
Damien
for,
comes from
leveling
a
your second character?
society
I don't know if
that
you use
uses necromancy
when
as
you
a
go
labor
to
force.
hop on that other
So
Yeah.
whenever
character,
somebody passes away, the body gets
you can't
reanimated,
do it with
and they
armor,
use
but what you
the
can do
undead
is you
as a
can
means to do things
pull,
like dangerous
send
work and
weapons
labor
over.
or arduous
So
labor and
weapons that
whatnot,
drop on your
so that the
main
living
permit
citizens
thing
can
you
live their life to the
campaign with.
fullest.
Send yourself 3
Yeah.
weapons, and
Yeah.
you're like,
Long story short, it's
damn,
just
if I haven't
the
got some
undead
powerful.
basically replace a lot of the quote unquote working class. So everyone else basically just has the freedom to be like, I'm gonna be an underwater basket weaver.
Yeah, specifically an underwater basket weaver. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Specifically that. I mean, I'm sure there's a profession.
My next mission
Considering there is
is-
probably like aquatic civilizations, that is a profession that is valid.
Yeah,
Just
100%.
finished the-
All right.
100%.
But we are going to take this opportunity to do a hard segue into us ending for the
I
night.
just finished
Uh,
the first mission.
I just realized I still don't have a fucking command for you guys. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna do that immediately after stream. I'm sorry guys, it's episode 3. And I've just got a lot I've been doing. But I will at least introduce everybody. Damien is played by Simply Your Buddy on Twitter, who is a dad VTuber. Love that aesthetic.
Yeah.
Pin,
Thank
who
you.
unfortunately was not able to be with us today. You can find their player Mio on Twitter as Mio Possum. Fantastic VTweeter and artist, and Mio is also the one who did all the art for all the players in Inkstained, and I am eternally grateful. Then we have
It's so good. It's so pretty.
the artist so good. I want to commission her to do the art for Emerald Murders as well, but she needs more time and I need more money.
Yeah.
Ashram is played by Big DD on Twitter as well, who is an aspiring VTuber, not streaming yet at the moment, right?
This is the second
Not
mission.
yet.
Yeah,
Hopefully
downfall.
soon.
Hopefully
if everything
soon.
goes right.
Recommended
I
power
can start streaming
or
soon.
legendary
Go follow her on Twitter and
1650.
cheer her on. Then we have Cece, who's played by Fridays with Frank, who is a streamer and also an
And I'm
aspiring
already
VTuber, and is also
1763.
on Twitter, so definitely go hang out with him. And then we have Jonas, who's played by Hex of Al, as
Yeah,
oh
I'll make
fuck, I
sure-
always
I'll
get
make
this
sure to
wrong.
purchase that,
I'm gonna change it eventually. It needs to go.
names. I really need to know
Let's
who
see,
the
Hex of
That's why you don't name your.
Elzero. There we go.
That's why you don't name your account after an alien planet.
Yeah. Who is also going to be a VTuber at some point, correct?
We're working on it.
Working on it. Soon there will be no flesh bodies in the stream.
Everyone
Yeah.
should just become VTubers.
I was
That's
like,
all
I
I'm
have a
saying.
little PNG, but I was like, I don't want to have Hex be the only the flesh that's in the camera. I was like, I got you, guy. I got you, homie. Don't worry.
I have too much ADHD. I move around constantly. I spend half the stream not on camera.
Listen, let's
That's
just
fair.
be real. VTubing is just like our version of Cyberpunk 2077's like transhumanism movement. Like we're all just gonna commit to becoming anime people online.
You mean
So-
I could always look like I have makeup on and perfectly done hair and nice clothes and not have to put any effort in my appearance and sit here comfortably in my PJs with no bra on? You mean I can do that?
Like,
Sorry.
Powerful.
Why wouldn't you? Right?
So I have been trying to change my name on Twitter for a while, and I might as well say it here. It's no longer Big DDD because that sounds weird and gross. It is now High Queen DD.
Oh.
So get on board.
Hi, Queen Dee. All right. Well, I am going to pop over to the end of stream. Feel free to stay in voice chat, folks, if you want to do some post-game chat. But everyone, say goodbye.
Might have had that one coming.
Bye. Thanks for watching. Return again. Give Oko lots of your money. Thank
I
you.
love you all.
Bye.
Get out of
Bye.
here, Twitch. You're no longer welcome.
All right. BRB, guys. And then we're going to go up to here. And I'm going to remember how to do things like this. Haha. But yes, thank you guys again so much for hanging out with us today. I'm ending session with my party in 3 different fucking spots. Oh my god, why can't they just stick together? This is only episode 3, so you guys don't have much to catch up on, but if you wanted to catch up on the rest of the episodes of Inkstained, you can find them on my YouTube channel. Just search up my name on YouTube, sorry for the cough, and you'll be able to find them. Also, Inkstained is not the only D&D campaign that I DM. Every Saturday is a D&D day. So we have Emerlia Murders, which will be coming back next week on Saturday at noon Eastern Standard Time. Just to let you know, Inkstained and Emerlia Murders are both in the same universe, for those who didn't know that. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of time discrepancy at the moment, so Inkstained is currently a week behind, and Emerlia Murders is a week ahead. So if you are wondering why shit that's happening in Emerlia Murders right now isn't really showing up in Inkstained yet, that is because I gotta make up for lost time. So eventually I'm probably just gonna do a time skip. We'll see. But yeah, and if you guys want to hang out in our Discord, we have a group of fantastic people in that Discord. We are a wholesome and welcoming
Wait, what
community,
the
and we are a
fuck?
safe space. And my husband is
Oh, it must
currently
be
in one of
because
the
I
voice
already
chats of
have
the
it.
Discord. We hang out there very often. We also have fan tabs for both
I just got
Emerald Murders
Fallen
and
Sunstar
Inkstained
from a
in the
world
Discord.
drop.
So if you want to, post comments after watching the VODs, or if you want to post any art or any memes, there's a bunch of memes in the Inkstained tab after tonight.
Was it your first time getting it?
But yeah, feel free to hang out with us there.
No.
I also gotta thank folks
No,
for
I
today.
already had
We had Emperor Ornfarius,
You're
who
exotic.
followed when I was offline, but I want to make
That's-
sure that they still get their
Honestly,
recognition.
that's
We
nice.
had Lynette, who re-upped her sub, going almost 2 years strong. We had Jadude, who followed today. Hiromitsu, who came in with a raid. Miss Water Dragon followed. Dr. Silo also came in with a raid. Aquila the Tiefling also came in with a raid. And then we had Blair, who followed at the very end there. So
Yeah.
thank you guys again so much for joining the adventuring party. And again, if you want to meet your fellow adventurers on the tavern floor, go to the Discord. Alright, so we've thanked folks for today. We've shelled out the Discord and the YouTube. Time for my favorite part of the day, where we get to bring this amazing community to somebody new. I don't normally get to raid people this early. Ooh, I know who we can raid. Oh, I don't get to raid this person often. Cat, I need you to move your tiny little butt. Okay, sorry. let's go say hi to Siren. Siren is a water dragon / lava lamp VTuber with an appropriately siren-like voice. Their pronouns are they, them, so please be respectful of that. If you guys have access to my emotes, please copy that very first raid message. If not, fret not. Copy the very second raid message there, and we can still show Siren the love and support of the adventuring party. And until I get to see you all again on Monday, I want you all to stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is...
Fair.
Bye-bye!